Chapter 1819. At this moment, Remilia was sitting at the head of the round table on the platform. Rao Yi was holding a tray as usual, waiting by Remilia's side. The two girls, one big and one small, presented an extremely beautiful scene. Remilia snorted when she saw Wu Yan walking over with Flan in his arms. She didn't know why, but she snorted in a jealous manner. "Why are you two so close?" Remilia still doesn't know how Wu Yan and Flan got to know each other. Compared to Wu Yan, Remilia is Flan's sister and they've lived together for hundreds of years. Wu Yan and Flan are more like siblings. Wu Yan and Ziyi glanced at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Then, Wu Yan looked at Remilia and pursed his lips. "Our relationship is definitely better than you think. In any case, Fran and I share our lives. Even if you, her biological sister, are here, you can't compare to us. How can a relationship that is supported by a contract be better than blood?" Remilia retorted. "As long as you stop sharing your lives with Fran, there will be nothing left." "It's not like there's nothing left." Before Wu Yan could say anything, Fran stuck her tongue out at Remilia. Big brother loves Fran more than big sister. Fran loves big brother the most. Fran! Remilia was immediately enraged by her own sister's teasing, but all she got in return was a mischievous chuckle from Fran. Remilia felt extremely helpless in her heart. In fact, Remilia couldn't bear to see her sister being close to someone else. She could only lock Fran in the basement. Remilia felt that it was worth it to have Fran keep that cheerful smile on her face. So, instead of saying that Remilia couldn't bear to see Fran being close to someone else, she was jealous. Why couldn't she be the one to make Fran smile so cheerfully? Right now, Remilia is envious of Wu Yan and Flan's relationship. She's jealous, but she's not sure if she's jealous of Flan or Wu Yan. Maybe she's jealous of both. "Why didn't you sleep today?" He sat down beside Remilia with Fran in his arms. Wu Yan asked casually. "It's not dark yet. If I don't sleep, I won't have the energy to hold the party tonight. I've already slept for so long. How can I sleep any longer?" Remilia said with an exasperated expression. "Isn't this all your fault?" After the sin of gluttony passed, Remilia was so tired that she fell asleep. After the sin of lust, Remilia slept the entire day and only woke up this morning. How could she possibly sleep now? "Say, didn't you go to the moon's bamboo forest?" Remilia picked up her teacup and sipped her black tea. "You didn't make things difficult for me this time, right? Do you need me to help you?" "No need. Forget it." Wu Yan shrugged. "I've achieved my goal of going to the Forever Pavilion. I didn't drink any strange drugs, so don't worry." Wu Yan picked up his cake and spread it on the table. "Come and try this cake." "Cake?" Remilia's hand paused. Ziyi also turned his gaze to the cake spread on the table. Both of them had a suspicious expression on their faces. It's not like Scarlet Devil Pavilion doesn't have a cake. Ziyi made it himself. It's much better than the ones outside. Why did you buy a cake? "I'm sorry. I didn't buy it." Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Remilia. "I made it myself." "You made it?" Remilia was stunned. "You made it yourself?" A curious look appeared on Ziyi's face. "Big brother made a cake." Fran's eyes lit up as she reminisced about the taste of the cake. "Fran wants to eat it." "Fran hasn't eaten a cake made by brother in a long time." "I made it for you." Wu Yan divided the cake into several portions. He waved at Ziyi and took a tray from him. He took out a few small plates. "I wanted to make you a good meal last time, but the plan didn't keep up with the changes. Try this cake first. I'll cook for you in the future if I have the chance." Wu Yan put a few pieces of cake on the small plates. He put one in front of Remilia, one in front of Fran and himself, and one on the table next to him. He looked at Ziyi. "Ziyi, you should try it too." "This." Ziyi was hesitant. Sukuyi is very curious about the taste of Wu Yan's cake. However, Sukuyi still placed herself in the position of a servant. As a maid, she can't just sit at the same table as her master. In the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion, Wu Yan is the only one who would sit down and chat with Remilia. Even Patrice would have to look at the occasion to do so. Remilia was the same. In front of outsiders, she might consider her dignity and wouldn't let Zuyi sit at the same table with her. But now, there were no outsiders, so Remilia was much more open-minded. Zuyi, sit down and try it. Yes, young mistress. Zuyi didn't hesitate and sat beside Wu Yan. Together with Remilia, they picked up a fork, forked a piece of cake, and put it into their mouths. A spicy sweetness spread between Remilia and Zuyi's mouths. The cake melted in their mouths and flowed into their stomachs like flowing water. The two young ladies couldn't help but reveal expressions of enjoyment. This cake. Remilia was surprised and said with uncertainty, "Did you really make this cake?" "What else could it be?" Wu Yan blinked as though he had expected this reaction from Remilia. "Have you ever eaten a cake that tastes like this in Fantasy Village?" "Indeed, I've never eaten this flavor." Remilia tasted it with relish. Not bad. For the prideful Remilia to say something like, not bad, it meant that she was very satisfied. On the other hand, Zuyi savored the cake seriously and nodded after a long time. "It's really delicious." "Oni-chan." Flan looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression while holding a plate filled with cake. "What's wrong?" Wu Yan looked at Flan with an amused expression. "You want Big Brother to feed you again?" Fran nodded hurriedly and Wu Yan couldn't help but pat her head. Then, he picked up the small plate in Fran's hand and started feeding her. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan felt an intense gaze accompanied by a sense of longing cast on Wu Yan. Then, Wu Yan saw Remilia turning her head away. At this point, how could Wu Yan not understand? Wu Yan picked up Remilia who was sitting at the head of the table. She and Flan sat on his lap, one on his left and one on his right. Remilia was stupefied. She couldn't believe that Wu Yan would do such a thing. "Come." Wu Yan forked the cake and placed it in front of Remilia with a grin. "Ah, you." Remilia frowned and yelled angrily. "Don't treat me like a child." "I don't treat you like a child. I only treat you as a younger sister who needs to be doted on." Wu Yan continued with a smile. "Come, Wu." Remilia squirmed. In the end, she couldn't resist the longing in her heart and muttered unwillingly, "One day I will make you look at me in a different light." Remilia obediently opened her mouth and bit down on the cake. She looked like she was angry, but she also looked like she was enjoying the cake. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Sakuya also giggled at the side. "Right." Wu Yan recalled something. "Where's Patsy? Why don't I see her?" "Patsy usually won't come out if there's nothing important," Remilia replied. Then she puckered her brows and her gaze turned strange. "Why are you calling Patsy Patsy?" "Ugh." Wu Yan choked and didn't know how to explain. Should he tell Remilia that he had sex with Patsy and their relationship got better? It would be strange if Remilia didn't flip out. Chapter 1820. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Underground Library. Carrying the remaining cake in his hand, Wu Yan arrived at the underground library, Patrice's territory. Ever since he had intercourse with Patrice on the last day of the 7 deadly sins, Wu Yan hadn't seen Patrice even once. Although it had only been a day, a young lady who had just intercourse was undoubtedly the easiest to worry about personal gains and losses. She was also the one who needed the company of a man the most. Patrice might seem calm and collected, but she was still a young lady and couldn't exclude the possibility of her having similar feelings. Ever since Wu Yan devoured Patrice clean, most of his thoughts were either on how to survive the last day of the 7 deadly sins or on how to obtain a drop of eternal blood essence from the everlasting pavilion. He didn't have the opportunity to see Patrice. If he didn't see Patrice, perhaps even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to forgive himself. After pushing open the door of Patrice's library and entering the underground library, an extremely dense aura assaulted his senses. Generally speaking, a place where a young lady stayed would have a fragrance that belonged to her. However, Patrice's library didn't have a fragrance that belonged to her. Instead, there was an extremely pungent smell. That was the essence of this extremely dense aura. It was the smell of books. Wu Yan wasn't a lover of books, but he didn't dislike books either. Even if the smell of books in the library was too dense, he wouldn't reject it. After taking in a light breath and adapting to the smell, he entered the library. On the first day he entered the library, Wu Yan discovered that there were many precious magic books that he hadn't grasped. They weren't even among the 103,000 magic books. Ever since then, whenever Wu Yan has the time, he would come here to look at these grimoires and memorize the magical knowledge and theories contained in them until now. Even if he didn't memorize everything, he had at least memorized 60% to 70% of it. At Wu Yan's level, being able to use magic could no longer increase his strength. At the very least, the increase wouldn't be too obvious. However, who would complain about having too many tricks up their sleeves? Wu Yan had already decided to visit the library more often in the coming days. On one hand, he would accompany Patrice, and on the other hand, he would strive to read all the witchcraft books in the library, to strengthen his knowledge and theories of magic. Of course, this was all in the future. Today, Wu Yan didn't come here to read books. After passing through those ridiculously huge bookshelves, Wu Yan didn't head for Patrice's room. Instead, he moved towards a corner of the library. Under normal circumstances, Patrice wouldn't be in the room. Instead, she would be reading in a corner. Because in that corner, there was a desk. Given Patchla's personality, that would be. He must be reading there, right? Not long after, Wu Yan came to the corner and saw a figure with his back facing him, sitting in front of a desk piled with books. There was a lamp hanging on the left. Using the weak light, Patrice lowered her head and read the book in her hand. Under the faint illumination of the lamplight, Patrice was clad in purple and lavender stripes. She wore a lavender robe with lotus leaves at the hem, looking extremely fluffy and comfortable. Her pajama-like robe flickered like flames. It looked extremely illusory. She was still wearing a round nightcap with a flouncy edge and a crescent-shaped ornament on it. Her robe and hat were adorned with blue and red ribbons. Her long purple hair casually draped over her shoulders. At this moment, Patrice was holding a book in one hand and flipping the pages from time to time with the other. She emitted a calm and tranquil temperament. Not a single noise could be heard in the underground library. Only the rustling of pages could be heard. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan's footsteps were extremely clear. It was impossible for Patrice not to hear them. Thus, at a certain moment, Patrice stopped flipping through the book and turned around. Her beautiful and tranquil face wearing spectacles was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. Like Alice, Patrice was no longer a pure and innocent girl. Her body had undergone considerable changes. This change could only be discovered by careful observation. If one didn't observe carefully, they would only discover that Patrice seemed to have become more beautiful than before. Seeing Wu Yan standing in the middle of the bookshelf, Patrice was startled and astonished. "Why are you here?" "What's the matter?" Wu Yan frowned. "You don't want me to come?" In the past, Wu Yan would definitely not say such words to Patrice. Patrice also felt that she wouldn't have the chance to hear such words from a man of the opposite sex. Because wouldn't it be too flirtatious? Hearing these flirtatious words, Patrice seemed to recall that her relationship with this man before her was already extraordinary. At this moment, Patrice's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably, making her slightly flustered. She could only push down her spectacles and secretly suppress her uncontrollable heartbeat. "I just didn't think that you would look for me for no reason. Aren't you treating me as a fickle person?" Wu Yan said helplessly and raised the cake in his hand. "Well, if gifting a cake is considered a matter, then I do have a matter to discuss with you." "Cake?" As expected, Patrice was taken aback and tilted her head. "Did you make it last night? But I didn't say I wanted to eat cake." "Even though I know you will think that way, can't you think of other possibilities?" Wu Yan sighed. "For example, this cake was made by me." "You made it?" Patrice was taken aback. "It can't be. I am curious as to how you viewed me before. Why are you so surprised by my cake?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Patrice and brought the cake to her side. "Give it a try." As Wu Yan approached, Patrice's suppressed heartbeat swelled and became louder. She no longer dared to look at Wu Yan's face. She turned her head and looked at the cake Wu Yan brought. Then I'll have a taste. Patrice extended her hand to take the cake but discovered that Wu Yan had already taken it away. Patrice looked up suspiciously and saw Wu Yan's smile that wasn't a smile. I say, Patrice, your act of treating the cake as more important than me will only make me sad. What are you talking about? Patrice couldn't help but blush. I just want to try the cake. Is that so? Wu Yan's lips curled into an arc that made Patrice panic. At the same time, he said something that made Patrice flabbergasted. Then I want to hear you say that you love me first. Patrice widened her eyes in anger. How can I say that? Why can't you say it? Wu Yan stooped down and inched his face closer to Patrice's. Or rather, do you prefer to prove it with your actions? What are you trying to do? Patrice stood up hurriedly as Wu Yan's face inched closer. However, she accidentally bumped into a chair and fell backward. But before she fell, Wu Yan held her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Patrice felt a little dizzy when she sensed the familiar yet foreign male aura. She placed her hands in front of Wu Yan's chest as she muttered with a flushed face. Don't do this. Don't do this. Wu Yan said in a mischievous manner. Don't do what? Patrice bit her lips and she glared at Wu Yan with an annoyed expression. Let me go first. Wu Yan said as though it was a matter of fact. Unless you say that you love me. Don't tease me. Patrice said helplessly. If you tease me again, I will really get angry. Rather than seeing you treat me coldly, I would rather see you angry. Wu Yan pressed his forehead against Patrice's. Besides, can you really get angry? Patrice couldn't take it anymore. I really can't say it. Is that so? Wu Yan said in disappointment. All right then. Patrice thought Wu Yan was going to let her off, but Wu Yan suddenly hugged her. Since you can't say it, then use your actions to prove it. Wu Yan tossed Patrice on the desk and he pounced on her amidst her shrieks. The sound of panting and moaning resounded in the library. Chapter 1821. In a corner of the Red Devil Mansion's underground library, Little Fiend flapped her bat-like demonic wings and fluttered her long red hair. She happily hummed a song while holding old books as she flew towards Patrice. Little Fiend was indeed very happy. At least, compared to the people of the Red Devil Mansion, Little Fiend had been living a rather carefree and comfortable life. Because Little Fiend was Patrice's familiar and not Remilia's servant, even Remilia couldn't use a commanding tone to order Little Fiend around. Furthermore, the scale of the Red Devil Mansion's underground library was simply too large. The amount of books that needed to be organized every day was like a mountain. No matter how she organized them, she couldn't finish organizing them. Thus, Patrice gave Little Fiend a fixed job to organize these books. Under such circumstances, the little devil dared to say that he was the most relaxed person in the Red Devil Mansion during this period of time. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being arrogant and expressing his vile arrogance to the people of the Red Devil Mansion, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of jealousy, causing Remilia to send the entire Red Devil Mansion out to search for him. She even went to rescue Marissa while she was at it. The imp was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being furious and chasing Marissa around the Red Devil Mansion, wantonly destroying everything in the Red Devil Mansion and causing a commotion, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being lazy and letting Xiaoyi take care of him. While Remilia, Fran, and Patrice were searching for him, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being greedy and attracting the people of Earth Spirit Hall. While the girls of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were having a battle of attire, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan was suffering from the sin of being gluttonous. While the people of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were busy satisfying their appetites and taking care of him, Little Fiend was organizing books in the library. While Wu Yan is suffering from the sin of ***, he pushed down on her master, Patrice, without her knowledge. Meanwhile, Imp is still organizing her books in the library. In other words, Wu Yen was suffering from the 7 sins and causing a lot of trouble. While the people of the Red Devil Mansion were half dead tired, Little Fiend was the only one alone was not involved. Little Fiend was organizing books in the library as usual. How could Little Fiend not have a carefree life? Therefore, Little Devil was very happy and glad that she didn't get involved in those disputes because of her work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive. Otherwise, she would be half dead. Tired. One must know that this wasn't the first time the Little Devil witnessed Patrice returning to the library with a fatigued expression, and for the first time, she didn't stay up late to read. She fell asleep immediately. Of course, if Little Fiend knew that the reason why Patrice fell asleep immediately after returning to the library was because she had been pushed by Wu Yen for who knows how many rounds, would Little Fiend still feel happy? Actually, it could be said that Little Fiend was dreaming. Apart from Ling Meng, Little Fiend hated Wu Yen the most. However, Ling Meng hated Wu Yen because she was afraid that Wu Yen would cause trouble. Little Fiend hated Wu Yen because she felt that Wu Yen was dangerous. Little Fiend faintly felt that if her master, Patrice, were to recklessly approach Wu Yen, she would definitely suffer in the end. Although this was just her intuition, reality proved that Little Fiend's intuition was very accurate. It was so accurate that Little Fiend didn't know that her master had already suffered a huge loss. Little Fiend, who was completely unaware of this matter, could only make a decision to not have too much contact with Wu Yen. She also couldn't allow Patrice to have too much contact with Wu Yen. With this thought, Little Fiend carried a pile of books that Patrice wanted to read. She continued to hum as she flew towards the place where Patrice was reading. However, when Little Fiend followed the path and arrived near the place where Patrice was reading, a strange sound suddenly entered Little Fiend's ears. She stopped in her tracks. This voice. It's Lady Patrice's voice. Hearing that strange voice, Little Fiend tilted her head and muttered to herself in astonishment. But why is Lady Patrice's voice so strange? Strange? It was indeed strange, because Little Fiend heard Patrice moaning and moaning without any reason. It sounded like the cry of a cuckoo. Little Fiend's heartbeat sped up for some reason and her face flushed red. Lady Patrice couldn't possibly be. Little Fiend wasn't embarrassed to say the word comfort. Instead, she found it hard to imagine. With Patrice's personality, how could she possibly do such a thing? But if that wasn't the case, why would Patrice moan like that? Little Fiend had been by Patrice's side for decades, if not a century. No one was more familiar with Patrice than Little Fiend. Little Fiend didn't dare to believe that Patrice would do such an unbearable thing. Little Fiend didn't know if it was out of curiosity or her instincts. She gently placed down the pile of books in her hands and tiptoed to the back of a bookshelf. She peeked her head out and looked at the corner where Patrice was reading. In the next moment, an unimaginable scene and extremely chaotic moans entered the little evil demon's eyes and ears at the same time, causing the little evil demon to be stunned on the spot. She saw Patrice lying naked on her desk with her buttocks sticking out. Her charming face was flushed red and she was moaning uncontrollably. Behind Patrice was a similarly naked person. He was holding Patrice's slender waist and constantly ramming into Patrice. He had a wicked smile on his face, seemingly satisfied and pleased. It was a man. Moreover, it was a man that Little Fiend was extremely familiar with. It was Wu Yen whom Little Fiend was on guard against. Little Fiend completely forgot about her blushing face and stood there in a daze. Rather than saying that she was in disbelief, it would be more accurate to say that she was absent-minded as though she had lost her soul. But how could this be? What's going on? Similar questions kept popping up in Little Devil's mind. However, Little Fiend didn't attempt to answer them. Her mind was already in a daze from this unimaginable scene. Her heart was in a mess and she didn't react for a long time. But no matter how unwilling Little Fiend was to believe that this was reality, reality wouldn't change because of her hesitation. After an unknown period of time, Patrice's panting became more hurried and the banging sounds became more frequent. Until a certain moment, Patrice couldn't help but beg for mercy. Only then did the man who was lovingly caressing Patrice stop his actions and send her to the climax. Pa! Patrice was like a doll with its strings cut. She slumped onto her desk, unable to get up again. Wu Yan laid on Patrice's back and whispered something in her ears. After Patrice absent-mindedly nodded her head, he nodded in satisfaction and stood up to wear his clothes. Seeing this, the little devil subconsciously held his breath, lowered his presence, and hid in a dark corner. Not long after, Wu Yan wore his clothes and left with a satisfied expression as though he had just come out of a hot spring. Little Fiend walked out of the dark corner and looked at the desk. Patrice didn't have a trace of strength and was curled into a ball like a lazy kitten. She was moaning softly, and it was apparent that she hadn't recovered yet. Compared to Patrice's charming and lazy posture, Little Fiend seemed as though she had met with the end of the world as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Pushing him down was such a simple matter. As a demon, Little Fiend naturally knew of such a wicked thing. However, she hadn't experienced it personally. Therefore, Little Fiend silently shed tears when she saw Patrice's comfortable appearance. In the end, she didn't protect Miss Patrice well and allowed Miss Patrice to be devoured by that repulsive vampire true ancestor. At this moment, Little Fiend's heart was filled with such a sentence. I am guilty. Chapter 1822. The next day, after completing his work in the Red Devil Mansion and feeding breakfast to Remilia and Fran as usual, Wu Yan informed Sui Yi, left the Red Devil Mansion, and flew into the sky outside. Today, Wu Yan wanted to make a trip to the Bori Shrine. It wasn't that Wu Yan missed Ling Meng and wanted to see her, but he wanted to obtain a drop of blood from Ling Meng. A drop of blood essence that contains the power of fantasy. Now, Wu Yan had obtained blood essence that contains the power of time, and blood essence that contains the power of eternity. Of these two drops of blood essence, one was the blood of Sui Yi, who had the ability to control time, and the other was the blood of Mount Penglai's Hui Yi, who had the ability to control eternity. It was precisely because Sui Yi and Mount Penglai's Hui Yi had such abilities that their blood contained the so-called power of time and eternity. Then, there was a problem. If he wanted to obtain blood essence that contains the power of fantasy, he had to find an existence with an ability related to fantasy and obtain a drop of blood from them. But in the fantasy village, who had the ability related to fantasy? Wu Yan filtered through the list of famous existences in the fantasy village in his mind and finally locked onto Ling Meng. What kind of ability does Ling Meng have? If this question was asked to the people and monsters in the fantasy village, they would definitely give Wu Yan a look of disdain and say such a sentence. Is there a need to say it? Of course it's an invincible ability. This was the understanding of the people and monsters in the fantasy village of the Bori Shrine. However, if one really wanted to talk about it, Ling Meng didn't have a representative ability like many famous existences in the fantasy village. Ling Meng had many abilities. For example, she had the invincible ability of opaque transparent person. There was also the ability of God's reliance, which could allow gods to possess her. She had the ability to display unimaginable combat strength. Other than that, there were all kinds of abilities, big and small. For example, the ability to control spirit energy, the ability to fly autonomously, the ability to seal and purify, and so on. Of these abilities, some were useless in battle and could only be used to assist Ling Meng's actions. However, some were so powerful that it was difficult to find any other ability that could compare to them. Furthermore, basically, there were all kinds of them. If the characters in the fantasy village had a bug-like ability, then Ling Meng had a bunch of bug-like abilities. Then, with so many abilities, what kind of power does Ling Meng's blood contain? Wu Yan felt that it was very likely to be the so-called fantasy power. Wu Yan doesn't know what this fantasy power is like. Plus, Ling Meng has never used any ability related to fantasy before, so logically speaking, she should be able to use it. He should not be on the list. However, most of Ling Meng's rune cards had fantasy or dream as prefixes or endings. Furthermore, Ling Meng was the manager of Fantasy Village on the surface. Thus, Wu Yan felt that the so-called blood essence with fantasy power should be Ling Meng's blood essence. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, it still needed to be verified. As for the method to verify it, it was simple. As long as he could obtain a drop of Ling Meng's blood. If Ling Meng's blood was really blood essence with fantasy power, then the system would automatically identify the item and feed back its information to Wu Yan. No matter what, this trip to the Bo Li Shrine was destined to be carried out. But will Ling Meng be willing to give me a drop of her blood? Wu Yan didn't feel confident. I have a feeling that Ling Meng will not be so easily convinced by me. Sighing faintly, Wu Yan did not use spatial teleportation. Instead, he thought of a way to convince Ling Meng while flying towards the Bo Li Shrine. In the end, Wu Yan could only think of a way. Give Ling Meng another bag of gold coins. To deal with those without integrity, the only way to deal with them is to use the same method. Wu Yan had already grasped the essence of this method. After a while, Wu Yan's field of vision began to widen. A shrine at the end of a long stone staircase appeared before his eyes. However, to Wu Yan's surprise, on the stone staircase below the Bo Li Shrine, a young girl riding a broom was flying at a low altitude. She was desperately chasing after a black shadow that was also flying at a low altitude. That is, seeing this scene, Wu Yan was slightly surprised. Marissa and Paparazzi one? That's right, the young girl riding the broom could only be Marissa. In the entire fantasy village, only Marissa would be able to fly on a broom. The black shadow that Marissa was chasing after was the one Wu Yan had previously tied up in the magic forest. Floating in the air, Wu Yan could clearly hear Marissa's hysterical cries as she chased after Marissa. Stop right there. Facing Marissa's hysterical roar, Marksman Maru flew past her at a speed that would never allow Marissa to catch up to him. Moreover, he even turned his head and laughed heartily. It's useless. Marissa, you can't catch up to me. Who has the time to care about whether I can catch up or not? Marissa's expression was sinister. If I don't chase after you, then there will be a problem. Marissa, are you that anxious to see your own report? Saimaru shook his head as he spoke. Although I am very grateful that you are looking forward to Wenwen's daily newspaper, it will only be distributed tomorrow. Marissa, you should return home and wait. Who's going to wait? Marissa shouted. I am not looking forward to your paparazzi daily newspaper. Not only that, I will tear apart your broken camera. That's impossible. Sensei Muruin laughed out loud. I have already been tricked by that Yakumo Haku several times. This time I must write this report. Marissa, just give up. Don't even think about writing that nonsense. Marissa seemed to have ignited a small universe as her speed increased by several levels. Watch me shoot you and that stupid camera through with one shot. If you can do it, then try. Instantly, Marissa and Sensei Marifumi started playing cat and mouse on top of the Bori Shrine. Wu Yan got a better idea of what's going on when he saw this. Marissa must be the paparazzi voyeur that Marissa caught some scandal material and took a crucial photo. And the main character of this photo is Marissa. Looking at Moise's hysterical appearance, Sensei Maru must have taken an incredible photo to make Moise so crazy. Thus, Wu Yan became curious. What kind of photo did the paparazzi take to make Marissa chase after it so desperately? Out of curiosity, Wu Yan teleported himself to the front of Kamikaze Maru. Before Sensei Maru could react, Wu Yan lifted him up like a chicken and dangled him in front of Wu Yan. I have to say, this paparazzi crow of yours is quite heavy. It's you. Marissa was startled when he saw the person who lifted him up. Then, as if meeting his natural enemy, he shrunk his head back. Why you here? Marissa. At the same time, Marissa also flew over like the wind. She braked and stopped in front of Wu Yan and Marissa. She was riding a broom, but it looked like she had run a long distance. She was panting heavily. I caught you. I'm the one who caught this paparazzi crow, not you, Black-White Kuan. Wu Yan said with a grin. Marissa looked like she only just noticed him. She was stunned for a moment before shouting like a demon. It's you? At this moment, Marissa looked like a police detective who was chasing after the murderer of a murder case. Moreover, The person she was chasing was only an accomplice of the murder case. Only now did she find the real murderer. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He wasn't the paparazzi's superior and he didn't send him to take pictures. How did he become the murderer and the paparazzi an accomplice? Marissa yelled as she pounced at Wu Yan. "I'll kill you." Chapter 1823. Some time ago, when Wu Yan and Alice were having a conflict because of some harmonious and loving matters, Marissa was tricked by Sensei Maru. In the end, she just happened to bump into Wu Yan's muzzle. That wasn't the most important thing. The key point was that Marissa didn't do anything at that time. Instead, she put on a very gossipy appearance. This made Wu Yan, who was worried about being interrogated, directly teleported Marissa away using space transfer. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At that time, Wu Yan didn't have an exact location to teleport Marissa to. He only wanted her to leave quickly. Thus, he randomly found a relatively distant coordinate and teleported her there. Because of this, Marissa met with a tragedy. Marissa was teleported to the human realm. Moreover, she was teleported to the human realm, to the home of a teacher who seemed to have a very big background. Unfortunately, at that time, the teacher seemed to be taking a bath. While taking a bath, he seemed to have thought of something and directly walked out of the bathroom naked and ran around the living room of his home. As a result, Marissa, who happened to be transferred over, saw with her own eyes the scene of her teacher running naked in her own home. As the saying goes, when an ordinary man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. The teacher flipped out on the spot. It was said that on that day, Marissa was punished to kneel in that teacher's home for an entire day. Moreover, that teacher's saliva flew everywhere as he preached. It was said that in order to block Marissa's big mouth, that teacher didn't calm down. The next day, not only did he not let Marissa leave, he even made her go to that teacher's place to take care of a group of brats. It was said that in order to take care of those brats, Marissa even had to personally clean up their urine and feces. She was miserable for an entire day. It was said that this morning, that teacher even made Marissa clean up the feces pit. He said that she could leave after cleaning up the feces pit. It was said that in order to not let those brats' stolen goods dirty her dashing black and white clothes, Marissa was overjoyed and stripped naked. There was Sensei Maru, who happened to go to the human realm to obtain materials, coincidentally saw this scene. He was extremely lucky to have witnessed this scene and was overjoyed at the unexpected good news, so he took a picture of it. Thus, the picture of Marissa naked and cleaning the place where a bunch of brats peed was fresh. Haha. Wu Yan burst into laughter after hearing the whole story from Sensei Maru. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. The unfortunate black and white is indeed the unfortunate black and white. To think that he would encounter such a ridiculous situation. What should I say to you? Ha! You're laughing? How dare you laugh? Marissa was tightly bound by chains flickering with a faint purple light that extended from the surrounding space ripples. Hanging in midair, she struggled with all her might while shouting angrily. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been punished by Huiyin to take care of a bunch of kids. It's all your fault. That's funny. Like I said, I didn't transfer you to that Keiin sensei's house on purpose. I even did it while she was running around naked. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. At the end of the day, it's still your bad luck, black and white. If you had 1/10 of that red and white's luck, you definitely wouldn't be so unlucky to have bumped into this paparazzi crow. You must have been chosen by some god who controls misfortune. Marissa was stunned and couldn't find any words to refute. In the end, she could only hang her head dejectedly. I've already explained everything. On the other side, Sensei Maru carefully protected his camera and looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. Can I go now? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Am I that scary? Ha! Sensei Maru laughed dryly. If you can promise me that you won't tamper with my camera in the future, I won't be afraid of you. Sensei Maru, who fell into Wu Yan's hands twice and had his important report material taken away by Wu Yan, was afraid that Wu Yan would target his negatives. That's why he was so wary of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel annoyed. Don't worry, as long as it's not related to me, I won't touch your camera. Hearing this, Markumaru heaved a sigh of relief. Then, I'll go back to write the report first. Excuse me. After saying that, Saimai Maruin didn't even say goodbye and planned to fly away. Seeing this, Marissa became anxious. If Sensei Maru successfully escapes, then tomorrow, the news of Marissa cleaning a manure pit naked will spread throughout the entire utopia. At that time, Marissa felt that she simply didn't need to mingle in Fantasy Village, nor did she need to go out to meet people. She might as well just die. Before Marissa could react, Wu Yen grabbed Sensei Marifumi by his collar and dragged him towards Wu Yen, who was about to fly away. Wait, don't leave in such a hurry. You're going back on your word. Sensei Maru thought Wu Yen was going to touch his negatives again and struggled desperately. This time, don't even think about taking away my important report material. Who cares about the unfortunate black and white scene of cleaning a cesspool naked? Wu Yen pursed his lips. I just want you to do me a favor. Favor? Shudamaru stopped struggling. Even Marissa forgot about the fact that she might lose her reputation. She looked at Wu Yen curiously. What favor? Before that, answer me a question. Wu Yen touched his chin and asked. As the strongest existence in Fantasy Village purely in terms of speed, paparazzi, can you take someone's blood before they can react at all? Take blood. Sensei Maru was stunned. Is the Scarlet Devil Mansion starving you so you have to come out to find blood to drink? I'm not taking blood to drink. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. Just tell me if you can do it or not. That depends on who it is. Sensei Maru answered honestly and puffed out his chest. Usually, as long as it's not someone much stronger than me, I should be able to secretly insert a needle into their body and take some blood. It shouldn't be difficult. Then, Wu Yen pondered for a moment. What if this person isn't very strong normally, but he can become stronger during a fight and is quite slow? Not very strong normally, can become stronger in a fight, is quite slow. Sensei Maru's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like this person is very familiar? Even Marissa, who had an IQ of less than 9, was stunned, let alone Kamui Marumi. This person, could it be? That's right. Wu Yen didn't hide anything. It's Ling Meng. As soon as his voice fell, Shooting Life Maru immediately turned into an afterimage and flew out as if he was fleeing. Wu Yen, who had anticipated Sensei Maru's reaction, waved his hand and a spatial ripple appeared in front of Sensei Maru. Sensei Marifumi dove into the spatial ripple and he appeared beside Wu Yen in an instant. Wu Yen caught him. Wu Yen grabbed Sensei Marifumi. Let me go. Sensei Maru struggled to get up. If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag me down with you. Die. Wu Yen resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Are you exaggerating? That's because you don't know what Ling Meng is like when she's angry. Sensei Maru shouted. If I really do that, Ling Meng will definitely be so angry that she'll kick me out. Before I dedicate my life to the great god of news, how can I die? It's just a drop of blood, you're exaggerating. Wu Yen said calmly. Aren't you very fast? It's useless no matter how fast I am. Even if I can get close to Ling Meng without her noticing, I won't be able to get a drop of blood from her. Sensei Maru said bitterly. In the Fantasy Village, Ling Meng is invincible. Every attack that could hurt Ling Meng is ineffective. Even if it's just a needle, Ling Meng may feel pain, but who knows if it will cause her to bleed. That's true. Wu Yen frowned before relaxing his brows. No matter what, we have to try. Without giving Sensei Maru a chance to protest, Wu Yen grabbed Sensei Maru with one hand and Marissa with the other and walked towards the Bori Shrine. Chapter 1824. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. In front of the shrine, Wu Yen, Marissa, and Sensei Marifumi stood side by side. They stared at the door in silence for a while. Are you really going to do this? Marissa lowered her voice and spoke softly. Even though I don't want to admit it, Soul Dream is very scary when she's angry. Basically, no one can suppress her. Do you really dare to stab her with a needle? No matter what, let's try it first. Wu Yan also lowered his voice. Anyways, when Akane gets angry, I'll just throw her a bag of gold coins. That will definitely calm her down. Then why don't you just throw a bag of gold coins to Soul Dream and have her give you a drop of blood? Sensei Marifuge grumbled. That way, we won't have to take such a big risk, right? That's true. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. But I have a feeling that we'll fail if we do that. Marissa asked doubtfully. Soul Dream loves money so much. She should be happy to exchange a drop of blood for a pile of money, right? But compared to money, that Akane hates trouble more, right? Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. I don't know if that Akane thinks that stabbing herself with a needle is troublesome. Even if it isn't, I don't think it's very reliable. So, you want us to challenge Soul Dream's bottom line with you? Saimaru was still grumbling. I really have to hand it to you. In Fantasy Village, other than a certain brainless person, there's no one else. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to challenge the Bori Shrine. Brainless? Marissa rubbed her head and looked around. Which brainless fellow would be so eager to challenge Ling Meng? Wu Yan and Shudamaru are speechless. They ignored Marissa. They looked at each other. Are you really going to do this? Takamaru's face fell. Then can you do it yourself? A smile appeared on Wu Yan's face, but he didn't say anything. He raised his hand. The camera, which was as important as his life, was placed on his hand, making him lose his temper on the spot. All right. At that moment, Sayomara decided to throw caution to the wind. I'm a diligent reporter. For my news material, let's fight. Don't even think about it. Marissa immediately became spirited. Earlier, Wu Yan had said that the camera would belong to whoever could obtain a drop of blood from Ling Meng. The Marissa was also burning. For my reputation, I'll do it too. The two girls immediately looked at each other, as if sparks had been ignited. Sizzling sounds that sounded like electric currents colliding rang out in the air. Immediately, Marissa and Sensei Maru tiptoed towards the entrance of the shrine. Hey! Sensei Maru cautiously beckoned to Wu Yan, who was standing behind them. Later, go open the door and check the situation inside. Then use your strength to open the door. The moment you open the door, I will rush in as fast as I can. Hee hee. Marissa giggled eagerly. Feels like it's going to be fun. Hearing that, Wu Yan could not help but shake his head. Moving past the cautious figures of Sensei Maru and Marissa, he arrived before the door. Gently, he pulled the door open. Marissa was already seated on her broom. Sensei Maru was also floating in the air. The two of them had a serious expression and their bodies were tense, waiting for Wu Yan to open the door and rush in to give Ling Meng a taste of her own medicine. However, Marissa and Sensei Maru did not notice that and gently opened the door. Casting his gaze into the shrine, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. The shrine was completely silent. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. No, it should be said. It was so quiet that only an extremely faint sound could be heard. A snoring sound. Inside the kotatsu at the center of the shrine, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marifumi are being very careful. The target they are planning to ambush is lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He's sleeping so soundly that he didn't even notice that someone is trying to ambush him. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was silent. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He really felt like a fool. Why would he be so fearful of such a person? Why would he come up with so many tricks and get two helpers? On the other side, Moisa, who was completely oblivious to the situation inside the shrine, tensed up and prepared to rush into the shrine at any moment, nervously asked. How is it? Did Ling Meng discover us? You need to be careful. Sensei Maru reminded. Under normal circumstances, Ling Meng's strength may not be high, but her intuition is frighteningly strong. Be careful, don't get discovered. Hearing Marissa and Sensei Maru's words, Wu Yan felt much better. Fortunately, if I'm stupid, then there are people who are even more stupid than me. Are you done? Sensei Maru couldn't help but ask. If you're done, then open the door. I'll rush in as fast as I can, and before Ling Meng can react, I'll escape as fast as I can. If that happens, even Ling Meng won't be able to do anything. Although I also want to do it openly with Princess Ling Meng. The Magus Sand grinned and laughed. But for the sake of my reputation, I'll let it go this time. Next time, I'll have a proper round with Ling Meng. Wu Yen was now certain. These two are really stupid. At that moment, Wu Yen ignored Marissa and Sensei Maru and walked into the shrine under the startled looks of the two girls. Hey! Sensei Maru didn't bother to lower his voice and called out. Are you crazy? Marissa also cried out. Little brother from the Yakumo family, are you not planning to sneak around and face Ling Meng head-on? I have high hopes for you. The two girls noticed that Wu Yen had walked into the shrine, but there wasn't the slightest bit of commotion. Even if the sneak attack didn't start and Ling Meng didn't know that Wu Yen was planning to attack her, she should have made some noise when she saw Wu Yen, right? And with that in mind, Marissa and Sensei Maruin both stepped forward with doubtful expressions and walked into the shrine. Then, both of their expressions turned awkward. Under the watchful eyes of Marissa and Sensei Marumi, Wu Yen squatted down and half-knelt in front of Ling Meng, who is snoring away in the kotatsu. He took out a small needle and stabbed it into Ling Meng's exposed smooth arm. That's it? He succeeded just like that? Marissa and Sensei Maru looked at each other in dismay. But reality proved that if he wanted to succeed, he still needed to put in some effort. The three of them clearly saw this scene. The small needle pierced into Ling Meng's smooth and slender arm. However, not only was there no blood, there was not even the slightest sound when the needle pierced into her arm. Only Wu Yen could feel that when the needle stabbed into Ling Meng's arm, it was as if he was stabbing air. Even though the needle stabbed into Ling Meng's arm, it didn't cause her any harm. In other words, it was as if Ling Meng's skin was immune to the damage caused by the small needle. In gaming terms, it was similar to a state of being unable to break through her defense. Even though the attack hit, the damage caused was 0. Thus, this needle didn't even cause her to feel pain, let alone see blood. At the very least, Ling Meng was still sleeping soundly with no signs of waking up. So it's like that? Sensei Maru sighed. This kind of action is already equivalent to attacking Ling Meng. There's no way to harm her at all. This is cheating. Marissa was indignant. I hate this ability of Ling Meng's the most. Every time I can't hit her. Even if I hit her, she doesn't feel anything. This is too unfair. Why don't I, Ling Meng's destined opponent, have such a powerful ability? I won't complain about the destined opponent of Ling Meng that you speak of, Wu Yen said as if he was having a headache. Looks like we have to think of another way. Think of what other way? Of course, I'm going to give Princess a good whack. Wu Yen subconsciously replied to the question that came out of nowhere. Then he noticed something. This voice didn't seem to belong to Marissa or Sensei Maru. Hee. Before Wu Yen could react, a figure slowly stood up from the ground and looked down at Wu Yen with a handful of imperial coins in his hand. You came to someone's house to disturb their sleep. So it's for a sneak attack. Wu Yen, Marissa, and Sensei Maru froze. Chapter 1825. In other words, standing on top of the kotatsu table in the middle of the shrine, Ling Meng crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Wu Yen, Marissa, and Fumimaru standing side by side in front of the kotatsu. Her expression became increasingly unfriendly. In order to obtain a drop of my blood, you came to the shrine to ambush me? Hearing this, Wu Yen raised his head and looked at Ling Meng, who was standing on top of the kotatsu table. Although he wanted to ridicule her for standing on top of the kotatsu table, he still nodded obediently. That's right. That's all. But I was forced to do it. Markumaru hurriedly said with a smile. I only did this to retrieve my camera, Ling Meng. Furthermore, my ambush did not succeed. That's right. Marissa placed her hands on her waist. Personally, I am very opposed to doing sneaky things. Rather than sneaking up on Princess Ling Meng, it would be better to do it in broad daylight. Hearing Marissa's words, before Ling Meng could respond, Wu Yen spat out, "Come your head. Against doing sneaky things? Don't you always act sneakily when you steal from the black and white bandits?" I didn't steal anything. Marissa retorted with a face full of dissatisfaction. I'm just borrowing it, I will definitely return it in the future. Is that so? Wu Yan looked doubtfully at Marissa. Then when are you going to return it? Is there even a need to ask? Marissa said matter-of-factly. After saying this, of course it's after I die. Wu Yan did not want to continue his ridicule. However, Marissa's idea wasn't incorrect. The most worthless things in Fantasy Village were the monsters, spirits, and spirits that could live for hundreds of years. For these existences that could easily live for hundreds of years, the lifespan of humans was really too short. Perhaps to those monsters, waiting for Marissa to die before returning the items was actually just a very normal, borrowing period of time. That's hard to say, really. Princess Ling Meng sighed. It's not easy to get a good night's sleep. I was still thinking of spending the day leisurely. Who knew that you would ruin my plans because of such a boring matter? Why am I so unlucky? Well, actually, it's easy to solve this problem, Wu Yan suggested kindly. As long as you're willing to give me a drop of blood, I'll leave immediately. That way, you can continue to sleep. Furthermore, it wouldn't be a problem to spend today, tomorrow, or even the day after. How about it? Not bad, right? Ha! Princess Ling Meng smiled insincerely. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Dang? Wu Yan asked doubtfully. What do you mean by that? Do you think this is the first day I've known you? Princess Ling Meng said coldly. What are you planning to do with my blood? There are various reasons. In other words, you don't want my blood to drink, right? Princess Ling Meng raised her voice and interrupted Wu Yan's words. If that's the case, I can't give it to you. Forget about Wu Yan. Even Marissa and Fumaru were shocked by Princess Ling Meng's resolute tone. Is there anything else to say? Princess Ling Meng looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at an enemy. I already know that you're the biggest anomaly in Fantasy Village. You're always causing trouble. Who knows what you're planning to do with my blood this time? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Wu Yan couldn't refute Princess Ling Meng's words. After all, it didn't matter if it was Wu Yan's intention. Ever since he came to Fantasy Village, he had caused all sorts of trouble. For example, on the first day, Fran caused a ruckus in Scarlet Devil Mansion because she wanted to find Wu Yan, causing Remilia to be in a terrible state. Another example is the 7 deadly sins. Wu Yan didn't just bring trouble to Scarlet Devil Dojo, he also dragged in Yong Yong Pavilion, Earth Spirit Hall, and even Bori Shrine. In the span of 7 days, he brought about all sorts of troubles. Wu Yan did all of this for the sake of completing his demigod path quest. That's why he got himself into so much trouble. But trouble is still trouble. For the lazy Ling Meng, Wu Yan can be considered an enemy. This time, I really won't cause any trouble. Wu Yan wasn't confident in his words, but he could only brace himself. As long as you give me a drop of blood, just 1 drop, I've said it before, I won't fall for your tricks. Princess Ling Meng snorted. I won't let you disturb my leisurely life. Seriously, I really want to cure the biggest anomaly in your Fantasy Village. The more Princess Ling Meng spoke, the angrier she became. She even lifted her head and screamed at the ceiling of the shrine. Violet, you despicable bastard. Hurry up and bring your family's big trouble back. From Ling Meng's unbearable screams, one can tell how much she hates Wu Yan for causing her so much trouble. Princess Ling Meng must have taken into account Wu Yan's identity as the head of the Yagumo family and Violet's identity. Otherwise, with Princess Ling Meng's personality, she might have treated Wu Yan as a real anomaly. It seems that Princess Ling Meng is also having a hard time, Marcomaru said with some sympathy. She could have lived a leisurely life every day, but now, she has to be on tenterhooks every day, worrying about when trouble will happen in Fantasy Village. Being a Boli shaman isn't a good job. Why isn't it a good job? In this regard, Marissa proposed a different idea. This is the Boli shaman who maintains the peace of Fantasy Village. If possible, I want to do it too. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Marissa was indeed worthy of being called the town security of Fantasy Village like Princess Ling Meng. Although she wasn't a Boli shaman, She was indeed very passionate about solving all kinds of anomalies. To Marissa, Wu Yan didn't know whether it was interesting or a genuine outburst of righteousness. But from this point of view, Marissa, who wasn't the real Bali Witch, was very enthusiastic about the work of the Bali Witch, while the real Bali Witch was someone who complained about being tired every day and didn't have any motivation. It was hard to describe this feeling of dissonance. Can't we discuss this? Wu Yan could only bitterly smile at Princess Ling Meng and extend his hand. As long as you give me a drop of blood, I will give you a bag of gold coins. The red bow on Princess Ling Meng's head trembled slightly like a puppy's ears. Seeing this, Wu Yan felt that there was a chance and immediately increased the bargaining chip. 10 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng's delicate body trembled. Her face was filled with interest, but she immediately became resolute. Although Princess Ling Meng was greedy for money, compared to money, Princess Ling Meng clearly preferred a leisurely life. As the saying goes, life is precious, love is even more valuable. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. To Princess Ling Meng, leisure is definitely as important as freedom, more important than life and love. How should I put it? She is really lazy to the point where it makes people cower in fear. This Princess Ling Meng must be one of the 7 sins of sloth. For this reason, Wu Yan could only be ruthless. 100 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng almost fell from her quilt. Marissa and Soul Cutter Maru were stunned with their mouths wide open. A bag of gold coins would contain more than 20. 100 bags would be at least 2,000 gold coins. With these 2,000 gold coins, not to mention the Boli Shrine, even the Red Devil Hall could undergo a major renovation, which could be considered a lot. 100 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng muttered shakily. Then how many of the most expensive tea leaves can I buy? It doesn't matter how much you buy. Wu Yan struck while the iron was hot. If you feel that it's not enough, I can increase it by 10 times. I will give you 1,000 bags of gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins? That would be at least 20,000 gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins. 1,000 bags of gold coins. Princess Ling Meng's eyes began to drift. After a while, she seemed to wake up and shook her head violently. Even if it's 1,000 bags of gold coins, don't think of ruining my leisurely life. After shouting such a sentence, Princess Ling Meng ran out of the shrine as if she was escaping. Wu Yan did not expect Princess Ling Meng to be able to resist the temptation. He immediately chased after her. Princess Ling Meng, I will give you 10,000 bags of gold coins. Shut up. At this moment, Princess Ling Meng's voice sounded like a sorrowful cry. Chapter 1826. Not long after, Wu Yan returned to the shrine with an annoyed look on his face. Marissa and Sensei Maru, who were leisurely drinking tea in the shrine, saw this scene and couldn't help but reach out to greet him. "Oh, you're back. How was it? Did you catch Soul Dream?" "We didn't catch her." Wu Yan's anger rose when he saw Marissa and Kamikaze Marumi leisurely sipping their tea. "Since you two are so free, why don't you come and catch that hateful Akasha with me? If even you can't catch Soul Dream, then it's even more impossible for us to catch her." Fumaru had a look of anticipation as he held his teacup. Rather than wasting time trying to catch her, why not just wait here? Maybe Soul Dream will come back? Of course Soul Dream will come back. Marissa pursed her lips. This is the shrine, Soul Dream's territory. No matter how far she runs, Soul Dream will still come back. Sigh. Wu Yan could only sigh. I've not imagined that the shameless Red-White would refuse my gold coins for an even more shameless reason. I've already offered 2 million gold coins, but she didn't stop. Instead, she ran away even faster. 2 million gold? Saimaru laughed dryly. You sure have a lot of gold. So many gold, where did you hide them? Marissa came over curiously. Are you hiding them in some secret base? Can you bring me there to take a look? Bring you there to take a look? Wu Yan looked at Marissa with a smile that wasn't a smile. Don't tell me you want to borrow gold coins from me? I have no interest in those shiny gold things. Marissa waved her hand. I am interested in things that are both practical and interesting. Take Patrice's books for example, they can increase my strength. Some books that can only be read are also very interesting. If you have something interesting and powerful, why don't you lend it to me to play with? I'm sorry. I do have a lot of interesting and powerful things, but I'm definitely not lending them to you. Wu Yan said without hesitation. He sat down cross-legged and revealed a troubled expression. This is going to be troublesome. Are you still thinking about how to obtain a drop of Ling Meng's blood? Sensei Marifumi asked. Why are you so obsessed with Ling Meng's blood? The 7 deadly sins seem to have been created to obtain a drop of blood from the people of the moon, right? In any case, I have a use for it. Wu Yan responded first. Then he was stunned. He looked at the text of the life shooter Maru in surprise. How did you know that I drank the medicine that could trigger the 7 deadly sins in order to obtain a drop of blood from the Forever Pavilion? Don't underestimate the integrity of a professional reporter. In Fantasy Village, there are not many things that I don't know. Takamaru said proudly, but when he touched the empty space in front of him where the camera used to be, he was shocked. He hung his head dejectedly again. Speaking of which, when are you going to return my camera to me? I don't want to return it. Of course, the one who said this wasn't Wu Yan. It was Marissa. It's better to destroy that kind of thing. Marissa, you really are a sinful person. Sensei Marifumi looked at Marissa with an unfriendly expression. The camera is innocent. You actually harmed an innocent child for your own sake. A sinful person like you won't live long. I'd rather live a few years less than have you write such a shameful report. Marissa gnashed her teeth. Otherwise, I'll just destroy the film. The film is innocent too. Sensei Marifumi said resolutely. Marissa, if you want to harm the innocent, you'll have to get through me first. It doesn't matter how many innocent people you hurt. Marissa pressed down on her witch-like hat and shouted. Moreover, I'll deal with them together with you. If you can do it, then come and try. Marissa and Sensei Marifumi glared at each other. Sparks seemed to fly as their gazes collided. You two really have nothing better to do. Wu Yan said unhappily. If you're so free, then hurry up and think of a way. A way? Marissa and Sensei Marifumi looked at Wu Yan at the same time and said in surprise. You still haven't given up? What's so strange about that? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Generally speaking, it's strange to give up too early, right? But even 2 million gold coins can't move Soul Dream. What other way do you have to make her give you a drop of blood? Sensei Marifumi spread his hands helplessly. You must know she's Soul Dream. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Once she's stubborn, she'll give people a headache. Not to mention, you're trying to ruin her leisurely life. Who would have the time to ruin that Akane's leisurely life? Wu Yan frowned. It's that guy who thinks I'll cause trouble. In other words, you're really not welcomed by Soul Dream. Marissa looked at Wu Yan with an expression that said she didn't think highly of Wu Yan. From the looks of it, Ling Meng won't compromise no matter what. Even if you try to use force, you won't be able to win against Ling Meng. If that's the case, there's nothing you can do. That's why I came to you two to discuss it, right? Wu Yan waved his hand in annoyance. If you have any good ideas, then hurry up and give them to me. Speaking of which, you should be worried about this kind of thing. Why drag us down with you? Sensei Marifumi complained. I still want to go back and write the report. If that's the case, then you have to give me ideas. Wu Yan grinned. Otherwise, I won't return the camera to you. Without that camera filled with scandalous photos, you won't be able to write the report. You bastard, you're the devil. Sensei Marifumi cried out in grievance. But when he realized that this method didn't work on Wu Yan, he clenched his teeth. If that's the case, then this is the only way. Bori Shrine, in a bush not far away, and then, hiding behind the bush, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. This is the idea you came up with? Humph. Humph. Sensei Marifumi, who was lying on the ground beside Wu Yan, snorted. He sounded very pleased with himself. Don't worry, I often do things like this to get news material. Soul Dream is slow, She won't be able to discover us. Who asked you if we'll be discovered? Wu Yen would have shouted at Sensei Marifumi if he didn't have to lower his voice. I'm asking you, if we hide here, will we be able to get Soul Dream's blood? Of course it's impossible to just hide here, Sensei Marifumi said as he observed the situation at the shrine. Since Soul Dream has made up her mind not to give you her blood, it'll be hard to convince her otherwise. So we can only take it by force. Everyone knows that. Marissa, who was lying on the other side of Wu Yen, couldn't help but speak up. But we can't harm Soul Dream at all. That's why. Sensei Marifumi smiled meaningfully. It's just that we can't. It's just that we can't? Wu Yen and Marissa flinched. They didn't know what's going on. Soul Dream's invincibility, in the end, is only used to counter the damage and attacks caused by others. Sensei Marifumi explained. If it's not because of the damage and attacks caused by others, Soul Dream's invincibility wouldn't activate. At this point, Marissa was still confused, but Wu Yen had a sudden epiphany. You mean we have to create some accidents for Soul Dream? That's right. That's right. Sensei Marifumi chuckled. I feel that if it was a broken knee while walking, a brick falling from the sky and smashing your head, or the soles of your feet being pierced by a thumbtack thrown on the ground, these types of attacks were not man-made, but purely accidental, Ling Meng's invincibility would not have been activated. Marissa understood after hearing Sensei Marifumi's words, and her expression became excited. Sensei Marifumi, are you planning to set a trap? That's right. Almost there. Sensei Marifumi looked in the direction of the shrine. As long as Ling Meng returns, the gift I prepared for her in the shrine will come in handy. He. Marissa had completely forgotten what kind of tragic consequences it would bring to her if the life-shooting pill text were to succeed. She eagerly laughed. That sounds interesting. Not just Marissa, even Wu Yen is looking forward to it. Since they could teach Kobai a lesson and achieve their goal, why not? Chapter 1827. Time passed by second. Moisa, who was hiding in the bushes not far from the shrine, swung her palm for the umpteenth time, producing a crisp sound. Of course, Marissa's slap wasn't aimed at anyone else, but herself. Moreover, it was a very forceful slap on her own cheek, nearly causing it to turn red. Moisa, Markumaru said unhappily from the side. Can't you be a bit more honest? If this goes on, Soul Dream will definitely discover us. What can I do? Moisa showed no signs of repentance. Instead, her face was filled with anger. We have been hiding here for 3 whole hours. In these 3 hours, I have fed the mosquitoes at least 50 times. Why did the mosquitoes only look for me and not you? Moisa, perhaps to the mosquitoes, human blood is more delicious? Markumaru said half-heartedly. In any case, you just have to bear with it. Otherwise, no matter how slow Soul Dream is, she will definitely discover us. This despicable Soul Dream. Moisa could not help but begin to complain about Soul Dream. Just where did she go? Why isn't she back yet? Paparazzi is right, Black-White, you have too little patience. Wu Yen sighed as he laid between Marissa and Kamikaze Marifumi. In order to complete my mission, I had to wait for 3 hours or something. Compared to swallowing a deceptive medicine, this is much gentler. That's for you, not for me. Marissa muttered resentfully. If this goes on, I will want to go home. Even someone like you who can't wait to go out and have fun is thinking this way. Kurosaki must have endured until the end, right? Wu Yan's mouth slowly curved up. I think that she will be back soon. Just as he finished speaking, Shotokamuru's ears twitched, and he lowered his voice. His face was filled with excitement as he called out. She's here. Hearing the voice of Narimar, Wu Yen and Marissa's spirits shook at the same time. Together with Sensei Marumi, they lowered their bodies as much as possible and hid behind the bushes. He turned his gaze towards the shrine in front of him. Under the gazes of Wu Yen, Marissa, and Sensei Marifumi. Up ahead, on the stone steps not far from the shrine, a head with a large red bow stuck out sneakily and stared at the shrine for a while. Then, he tiptoed out and cautiously moved in the direction of the shrine. Needless to say, this person was undoubtedly Ling Meng. It was as if she was worried that there might be a ferocious tiger within the shrine. She was very vigilant as she moved step by step. At the same time, she pricked up her ears as if she was trying to hear something from behind the closed doors of the shrine. Those guys should have left, right? As she muttered those words, Ling Meng's footsteps became lighter and lighter as she slowly approached the shrine. She passed by the money box that was as important as her life and arrived before the shrine's main door. She then leaned against the door. "There's no sound," Ling Meng muttered. "They should have left, right?" After confirming that there were no strange sounds coming from the shrine, Ling Meng stood up straight and stared at the door in front of her. Those guys, could it be that they're lying in ambush inside? Ling Meng did not suspect for too long. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief. "But I didn't sense the presence of a living person. They should have left already." Hiding behind the bushes, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi saw Ling Meng let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but reveal a smirk. It should be said that Ling Meng was indeed worthy of being called Ling Meng. She would never maintain her vigilance for more than a minute. This was because Ling Meng would definitely not have the patience to continue doing something as tiring as maintaining her vigilance. Other than Sensei Marumi, no one knew what kind of trap there was inside the shrine. But seeing Ling Meng's relaxed state, it should not be long before they succeed. However, reality proved that Wu Yan and the rest were too naive. Just as Ling Meng was about to push open the door, she suddenly froze. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Seeing this, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi held their breaths. Marissa spoke up. "Could it be that Ling Meng discovered us?" "That's impossible," Sensei Marumi said firmly. "We've concealed our presence perfectly. We're also quite a distance away from Ling Meng. She can't possibly discover us." "But that Akami did stop." Wu Yan frowned. "Don't tell me they found out what you did in the shrine?" "That's also impossible," Sensei Marumi said firmly. "That's Ling Meng we're talking about. She didn't even notice when you approached her while she was sleeping. My trap is flawless. It's impossible for her to discover it." "Then what's going on?" Marissa was vexed. Why did Ling Meng stop? No one could answer this question. Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi could only focus on observing Ling Meng's every move in an attempt to discover something. Under the gazes of the three, Ling Meng's frown deepened as she uttered such words. "Why does it feel like something isn't right?" Hearing this, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi almost broke out in cold sweat. Only now did the three remember that Ling Meng was indeed lazy to the point of infuriating the heavens. She was also very slow-witted. However, it was this Ling Meng that had a mysterious constitution that others couldn't match. Firstly, Ling Meng was extremely lucky. Her luck was so good that it was off the charts. Although there was no way for Ling Meng to pick up money on the streets or wash clothes until they turned into gold, there were still some lucky occurrences. For example, when she accidentally stepped on air and almost fell into a river, a turtle would float up from the river and form a stepping board. Ling Meng would be able to step on it and not fall into the water. Another example would be when it snowed. There would be a large number of animal traps buried in the snow. Basically, there would only be a path for people to walk through. Ling Meng, who was completely unaware of this, would not even step on a single trap when she walked through it. During the banquet, Princess Ling Meng had casually guessed the numbers of the dice many times. In the end, she had always guessed correctly. When she drank, she would also drink from the bowl of wine that no one had put in as a prank. She was simply extremely lucky. Thinking of Ling Meng's luck, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi began to worry. They were worried that the traps in the shrine might have been coincidentally avoided by Ling Meng due to certain circumstances. In addition to her extreme luck, Ling Meng's other special trait was her extremely sharp intuition. So many strange occurrences had occurred in the fantasy village. Among them, there were some that were very suspenseful. Even the mastermind behind these occurrences was unknown. However, Ling Meng was able to rely on her intuition and judgment to find the mastermind behind these occurrences every single time. When shopping, she would often rely on her intuition to choose the best item. If she lost something, she would also rely on her intuition to find it. Unfortunately, the lost item would always be there. This kind of luck and intuition was enough to cover Ling Meng's own dullness, allowing her to avoid many unnecessary disasters. From this, it could be seen that this Bori Shrine's shaman had broken the rules. The attacks and injuries caused by others were unable to affect the invincible Ling Meng. Furthermore, she could rely on her luck and intuition to avoid unexpected occurrences. This was simply harder to accept than cheating. Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi could only pray that Ling Meng's luck and intuition, which could be said to be invincible in another aspect, would not appear at this time. It was unknown whether the gods had heard the prayers of Wu Yan, Marissa, and Ling Meng herself had doubts about her intuition. Gradually, Ling Meng's expression became impatient. "I'm actually afraid of my own shrine. If Marissa were to know, she would definitely laugh to death." After saying this, Ling Meng did not care about anything else and directly pulled open the door in front of her. At this moment, a bucket of water fell from above the door, pouring all the water on Ling Meng's body. Splash! Before Ling Meng could even react, her entire body was splashed with water. Turning pale with fright, she took a step forward. In the end, the floor was unbelievably slippery. Taking a closer look, she saw that there was a layer of lubricant on the floor. Being splashed with water, Ling Meng was unable to see such an obvious trap. She took a step forward and with a slurp sound, she fell forward. On the ground where Ling Meng fell, there was a sharp needle stuck in it. Chapter 1828. The long, sharp needle was stuck in the floor of the shrine in a very artificial manner. It stood upright, and the cold gleam of the needle's tip slid across the ground, leaving no doubt as to how sharp it was. Being splashed with water, Ling Meng could not even open her eyes. She could not see the oiled floor. Naturally, she also could not see the sharp needles protruding from the floor. She cried out in alarm and fell forward. Looking at the way things were going, Ling Meng would definitely hit her head on the sharp needle. Even if it did not pierce through her forehead, it would at least pierce a layer of skin. If that happened, it would definitely cause a bloody incident. Given how thin the needle was, it should only be able to pierce a small hole, causing Ling Meng to bleed a limited amount. But even so, as long as there was blood, it would be enough. Thus, seeing this scene, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Fumaru, who were hiding in the grass, revealed looks of excitement. However, in the next instant, something unexpected happened. Everyone, including the person involved, Princess Ling Meng, and Wen Mingwan, who had created this childish yet effective trap, did not expect it to happen. Dang! They saw the bucket of water that was stuck above the shrine's door, which had been splashing Ling Meng with water, fall to the ground. With the help of the lubricant, the bucket slid to the front of Ling Meng. When a person falls, they would subconsciously extend their hand to support themselves on the ground. It was the same for Ling Meng. Then, Ling Meng subconsciously extended her hand. Her hand pressed down on the bucket of water that was sliding in front of her, causing it to slip. This caused Ling Meng to fly over the sharp needles on the floor and fly out. Dua! Ling Meng could only let out a cry of alarm. In the next second, her entire body smashed into the shrine's wall. Bang! A very heavy muffled sound rang out. Ling Meng's cries of pain traveled out of the shrine and into Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Marafumi's ears. This is possible? Although there was no way to see the situation inside the shrine from the grass not far from the shrine, it was still possible to see the situation at the entrance. Thus, even though Wu Yan, Marissa, and Soul Cutter Marumi were unable to see Soul Dream smashing into the wall, they were able to clearly see the scene of Soul Dream flying out and the reason for it. They were instantly stunned. In a way, this could be considered lucky, right? After all, even if he fell into this trap, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Soul Cutter Marumi were still unable to make Ling Meng bleed and obtain a single drop of her blood. If that was the case, even if they fell into the trap, what use would it be? In other words, the blood extraction plan had failed. No. He hasn't failed yet. After waiting for 3 whole hours and feeding the mosquitoes over 50 times, Marissa was absolutely unwilling to accept this failure. While shouting, she took out the 8 trigrams furnace from her magus hat. What do you want? Wu Yen said in surprise. Do you want to attack Red-White directly? It's useless. Marissa. Fumaru hurriedly shouted. If we attack directly, we won't be able to harm Ling Meng. Who said I want to attack Ling Meng? Marissa pointed the 8 trigrams furnace at the shrine, causing Wu Yen and Fumaru to have a bad premonition. You can't be thinking of, hee. Marissa's face revealed a fearless smile as a majestic magic emerged from her hands. The 8 trigrams furnace in her hands flashed with a dazzling magic light. Seeing this scene, Wu Yen and Fumaru more or less guessed what Marissa was planning to do and were scared out of their wits. Marissa, stop. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Love talisman, or spark? Following Marissa's shout and Wu Yen and Fumaru's screams, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the grass. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky and heavily landed on the Boli shrine. Boom! With a loud explosion, the violent beam of light exploded on the fragile shrine. Dense flames and smoke were stirred up, but the beam of light didn't fly directly towards the shrine. Instead, it fell below the shrine. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath the shrine caved in, and the shrine, which had lost its foundation, collapsed without any suspense. A cloud of dust was stirred up, as if his body was smashed to pieces and his bones scattered, and he fell down. Looking at the Boli shrine that turned into a pile of ruins in a short moment, Wu Yen and Fumaru were stunned. They didn't react for a long time, only 2 words lingered in their minds. Over. As for the instigator, Marissa, she wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. Not only did she not have a guilty conscience, but she instead looked as if she had done something amazing. She straightened her body, put her hands on her waist, and laughed out loud. How is it? Am I witty enough? Even Ling Meng can't guarantee that she won't bleed in such a situation, right? Witty? From a certain perspective, Marissa's method could indeed be considered witty. This was because if he were to directly attack Soul Dream, the attack or damage would be negated by Soul Dream's invincible state. That was why Sensei Merwin had thought of such a troublesome method to set up a trap to accidentally injure Soul Dream. For example, Ling Meng's invincible mode wouldn't work if she injured her knee while walking, or if a heavy object fell from the sky and smashed her head, or if she stepped on a nail. For Marissa to directly attack the shrine, she must have been inspired by Fumaru's words of a brick falling from the sky and smashing her head. Instead of attacking Ling Meng, she attacked the ground of the shrine, causing the shrine to collapse. This way, Ling Meng's head would be smashed by the falling ceiling, causing her to bleed. That was what Marissa thought. It has to be said that this idea wasn't wrong. But Wu Yen and Fumaru knew that no matter how correct this idea was, it couldn't be considered witty. Setting up some small traps would be fine as the danger is too low. For the person being tricked, it would be too insignificant. Even a demigod might be careless and fall for it. However, who has ever seen a 7th or 8th rank attack a demigod without being discovered by the demigod? Even if the attack wasn't aimed at the demigod rank expert, the demigod rank expert would definitely be able to detect the attack that appeared around him. Marissa's magic cannon was so powerful, not to mention a demigod, even a Type 7 divine warrior would be able to sense it. Would Ling Meng not be able to sense Marissa's attack and defend herself? The answer was naturally no. Rumble. Suddenly, in the collapsed shrine in front of them, the ground in the middle of a pile of debris suddenly shook and exploded, blowing away all the debris in the middle of the collapsed shrine. Amidst the fragments of the shrine that had been blown up into the air, Ling Meng held onto the imperial coin in her hand. Droplets of water still remained on her body, but she was not injured in the slightest, let alone bleeding. Her head was lowered and her expression was indiscernible as she slowly floated up into the air. Wu Yen, Marksman Marumi, as well as the complacent Marissa froze on the spot, like statues, unable to move. Floating in the air, Ling Meng kept her head lowered. No one was able to see the expression on her face. However, The aura surrounding Ling Meng's body was even more valiant than Yonglin's. It was as though a heavy mountain was pressing down on everyone present. Marissa and Sensei Marifumi both revealed terrified expressions. Wu Yan's body stiffened as well, he's screaming inside. Ha! A low laughter like that of a devil, like the announcement of a death sentence, resounded. Sure. Without any hesitation, Wu Yan, Marissa, and Sensei Maru all had the same idea. They turned around and prepared to run. But would Ling Meng let them go? The answer was also no. Raising her head, Ling Meng's eyes were filled with murderous intent and anger. She formed a seal with one hand and waved the coin in her other hand. A frightening amount of spirit chi gushed out from her body. Dream seal. In the sky above the Boli shrine, a huge ball of light like the sun appeared without any warning, and like a meteor, it smashed down viciously. A thunderous sound resounded in the sky above the fantasy village. Chapter 1829. Remilia sat at the head of the round table in the Scarlet Devil Mansion's main hall. She crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. Her gaze was filled with annoyance. Patrice sat beside Remilia. It was rare for her to come out from her library. She sat there with a book in her hands. She lowered her head and read with her usual calm and intellectual expression. Aside from Remilia and Patrice, Zuyi was also present. He stood behind Remilia, but his expression was also filled with helplessness. Taking a closer look, in front of Remilia, Patrice, and Zuyi was Wu Yan. However, at this moment, Wu Yan's image wasn't very good. His clothes were very messy, and there were burn marks on every part of his body. His hair was also messy. Although there were no obvious marks on his face, his expression was very sloppy, as if he was a victim who had just run out of the scene of a fire and had only wiped his face with his hands. To think that you dared to do such a thing. Patrice lowered her head and said without a change in expression. To actually destroy the Bori shrine. In the entire fantasy village, you guys are probably the only ones who have done such a thing. Soul Dream should be furious, right? Remilia looked at the sloppy Wu Yan with an amused expression. It's hard to tell if she's taking pleasure in Wu Yan's misfortune. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Sir Bai. Even Zuyi couldn't help but speak out, speechless. This time, you guys went overboard. I'm not fooling around. Wu Yan shrugged as he replied in a weak tone. That was all the fault of that despicable black and white. The paparazzi and I were only implicated. After speaking, Wu Yan recalled what happened in the morning and couldn't help but shiver. In the past, Wu Yan also heard that Soul Dream would transform into various forms due to her emotions. Wu Yan doesn't know if this is true or not, but, however, after witnessing the destruction of the Bori shrine, Soul Dream didn't transform but went completely berserk. Even the spirit energy in her body went berserk. In such a state, Soul Dream immediately unleashed her ultimate move. A single dream seal caused Marissa and Sensei Marumi's bodies to emit smoke. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground. As for Wu Yan, due to his strength, he was able to teleport and teleport. With the help of the teleportation magic, he was lucky enough to escape the fate of being insta-killed. However, Ling Meng lived up to her reputation of being invincible in Gensokyo. She managed to beat Wu Yan into such a sorry state before he could escape. As a result, Wu Yan ended up in such a sorry state. Wu Yan can't imagine the fate of Marissa and Sensei Marumi, who were taken down by Princess Ling Meng in one move. He only knows that he witnessed Princess Ling Meng's brutality not too long ago. Remilia seemed to have seen her past when she was brutally defeated by Soul Dream in the fantasy village from Wu Yan's expression. The gloating expression on his face turned into one of sympathy. Fortunately, you were only implicated. Otherwise, Soul Dream wouldn't have let you go so easily. Even if she chased you all the way to the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it would be the same. At that time, the Scarlet Devil Mansion would be destroyed. The more Remilia spoke, the more she felt that it was possible. She also shuddered and glared at Wu Yan. I say, of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke Soul Dream. Even if you are strong, Soul Dream is invincible in the fantasy village. However, Princess Ling Meng is invincible in Fantasy Village. Do you think you can defeat Princess Ling Meng in Fantasy Village? As long as it's in the Fantasy Village, even if I use all my trump cards, I won't be able to defeat Soul Dream. Even if I go all out, I am still no match for that Akagaki. I know my limits, Wu Yen said with a headache. But I don't intend to fight Soul Dream. I only want to obtain a drop of her blood. Why do you want Soul Dream's blood? Patrice lifted her head from the book in her hand and looked at Wu Yen. Last time, for a drop of Soul Dream's blood from the Forever Pavilion, you swallowed a potion that could trigger the 7 sins. This time, for a drop of Soul Dream's blood, you actually destroyed Soul Dream's shrine. Is there a need to go to this extent? Who knew that things would turn out like this? Wu Yen looked like he's at his wit's end. Actually, it's not just Soul Dream and Soul Dream's blood. I still need to collect 3 other types of blood in the Fantasy Village to gather 5 types of blood essence. 5 types of blood essence? Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. Even though it sounded unbelievable, these girls who were closer to Wu Yen than anyone else didn't understand Wu Yen. Whether it's Remilia, who is his younger sister, Sakuya, who is his confidant, or Patrice, who is already in a relationship with Wu Yen, their understanding of Wu Yen is at a very limited level. Wu Yen seemed to have a close relationship with House Yakumo. He was also the ancestor of the vampires who had disappeared for a long time. Under unknown circumstances, he shared a life with Fran. It was only recently that he entered the sights of the demons and humans in the Fantasy Village. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight only had this level of understanding of Wu Yan's identity. Apart from Black Knight, who knew Wu Yan's real name, they knew nothing else. Remilia, Patchouli, and Sakuya perked up when Wu Yen mentioned that he has a goal to accomplish in Fantasy Country. It'll be a little troublesome to explain. I'll explain it simply. Wu Yen deliberated over his next words and said to the 3 girls, I'll tell you everything else later. First, I'll tell you my purpose. I need 5 types of blood that contain unique powers. They are the blood essence that contains the power of imagination, blood essence that contains the power of realm, blood essence that contains the power of eternity, blood essence that contains the power of nature, and blood essence that contains the power of time. These 5 essences can help me complete an item. That item can increase my power by leaps and bounds, to a level where no one can match me. Wu Yen said in a serious tone. Therefore, I must obtain these 5 types of blood essence. Greatly increase your strength. Remilia frowned. So that's why you've stirred up so much trouble. Fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, time, 5 types of blood essence with unique powers. Patrice pondered. In other words, the blood essence of Bori and the moon people of Forever Pavilion contains one of the 5 unique powers? Time. Time. By the side, Zuyi hesitated for a moment and asked with uncertainty. Lord Bai, that blood essence that contains the power of time, just as you thought. Wu Yen scratched his cheek. It's your blood, Black Knight. Hearing this, Zuyi's expression didn't change, and he only nodded. Lord Bai, do you need me to give you a drop of blood? No need. No need. Wu Yen said awkwardly. Even though it's a little embarrassing, Black Knight, I already took a drop of your blood during your battle with Remilia. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Don't say that. Black Knight's expression revealed an indescribable gentleness. It's good that I can help Lord Bai. Wu Yen and Sakuya looked at each other and then, as if attracted to each other, they didn't look away. Ahem. Remilia purposely coughed when she saw this. Her voice sounded a bit dissatisfied. It woke Wu Yen and Kuei up. The 2 immediately averted their gazes in an embarrassed manner. Patrice merely swept an indifferent glance and spoke with an emotionless face. In that case, you've already obtained 2 types of blood that you need. Is which Boli your next target? Ha! You're really unlucky. Remilia pursed her lips. Of all the people, it just had to be that Soul Dream. It's because of this that I have a headache. Wu Yen bitterly laughed. I can't beat her in a fight, and even if I can, I won't be able to injure her. If I were to set a trap, it would be very suspenseful due to the other party's extraordinary luck and intuition. On top of that, I don't even know if I can succeed in setting a trap. Hearing this, Remilia rolled her eyes and suddenly laughed. If you only want Soul Dream's blood, I have a way. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Chapter 1830. It was nighttime. Standing at the end of the stone steps, Ling Meng stared straight ahead at the ruins of the Boli Shrine. The more she looked at it, the angrier she felt. Even for someone like Ling Meng who always acted as if it had nothing to do with her. She would only be serious when dealing with the anomaly. Even someone as undisciplined as her could not ignore the fact that her home had been razed to the ground. Furthermore, it was razed to the ground for no apparent reason. For Ling Meng, this was a disaster. I shouldn't have let that despicable person escape so easily. Ling Meng clenched her fists. The anger in her eyes had not dissipated for an entire day. However, she wanted to cry but had no tears. Could it be that my good days were destined to end when I encountered that big trouble? Right now, Ling Meng was certain that Yakumo Haku, the person who appeared in Fantasy Village for no apparent reason, was definitely a huge problem. At least, for Ling Meng, it was definitely a problem. No matter how Wu Yan evaded the responsibility, or how unintentional he was, or even if he was not the one who destroyed the shrine, Wu Yan could not keep himself out of this matter. After all, if Wu Yan did not force Marissa and Fumaru to help him think of a way to obtain Ling Meng's blood, things would not have turned out this way. Thus, after hearing everything from Marissa and Fumaru, Ling Meng was furious. The anger in Princess Ling Meng's heart was increasing with every passing second. Sooner or later, I'm going to cure that big trouble. After making this grand wish that she did not know if it could be realized, Soul Dream held the imperial coin in her hand and pointed to the side of the ruined Bori shrine, shouting loudly. Over there, don't slack off, hurry up and get back to work. Yes. Just as Ling Meng's voice fell, two feeble voices responded from the side of the ruined Boli shrine. These two voices were natural. They were Marissa and Fumaru who were defeated by Ling Meng's dream seal. He saw Marissa and Sensei Marumi, who still had some charred marks on their bodies, were huddled next to the ruins of the Bori shrine. They were sweating profusely as they moved several huge trees with their bare hands. In addition, there were also stone strips and finished lumber. The Bori shrine was a vital existence in Fantasy Village, although it was due to the fact that he often had many demons as guests. In fact, there weren't many humans who came to visit the Bori shrine. As a result, the Boli shrine was also very poor. However, no one ever thought of abandoning such an old shrine. Let's not talk about the fact that the manager of the Fantasy Village is actually the sorceress of the Bori shrine. He needed to solve all kinds of changes and disasters in the Fantasy Village. Aside from the importance of the Bori shaman, the existence of the Bori shrine was also very important. It couldn't be helped. No matter how unpopular it was with humans, how poor it was, and how old it was, the Bori shrine was the border between the outside world and the fantasy land. In the real world outside, there was also a Bori shrine that looked like a ruin. If there were no accidents, the people or things that got lost in the fantasy land would enter the fantasy land through the Bori shrine in the outside world. Therefore, the Bori shrine would sometimes have many things from the outside world appear out of thin air. Most of the people who got lost in the fantasy land from the outside world would also appear near the Bori shrine. Of course, the people who got lost in the fantasy land due to a certain demon sage were an exception. From this, it could be seen how important the Bori shrine was. Ling Meng was even a little worried. Strictly speaking, the Bori shrine in the fantasy land and the Bori shrine in the outside world were actually the same. They were like two sides of a mirror. If the Bori shrine in the fantasy land was destroyed, then would the Bori shrine in the outside world be affected? For example, the Bori shrine in the outside world had also collapsed, causing the only border between the outside world and the fantasy land to disappear. Things from the outside world would no longer be able to enter the fantasy land. This was still considered light. If it was serious, it might even affect the Bori Great Barrier. That was not certain. Therefore, the reconstruction of the Bori shrine was a must. Obviously, In order to make up for their mistakes, the reconstruction work would be done by Marissa and Fumaru, who caused the collapse of the Bori shrine. Even if Fumaru was only implicated by the unfortunate black and white, fortunately, since the collapse of the Bori shrine until now, the Bori Great Barrier did not have any obvious problems. At most, the connection with the outside world was broken. Let's not worry about the barrier for now. In any case, even if there is a problem, the spirit-branded retainer in the Yukari family should be able to maintain it. Yukari won't let the barrier have any problems. Ling Meng sighed. I should rebuild the Bori shrine first. Saying so, Ling Meng was like a foreman in a construction site. Or rather, she was like a domineering landowner. She held the imperial coin in her hand and commanded Marissa and Fumer, hurry up. We need to at least prepare the tools and materials needed to rebuild the shrine by today. Yes. Marissa and Sensei Maru still responded weakly. They moved the wood and stone, piled them aside, and then went into a small forest not far from Bori Shrine. They continued to cut down trees, blast rocks, and turn them into wood and stone. Marissa's firepower was originally very strong. Fumer's speed was not only fast. Both of them were very strong. When it came to making wood and stones, their speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. One of them was comparable to a dozen people. Looking at this progress, it should not be a problem to prepare all the materials needed to rebuild the shrine by today. However, the work of rebuilding the shrine could only continue tomorrow. In other words, Ling Meng did not have a place to stay tonight. Thinking of this, Ling Meng's head started to hurt. I can only sleep in Marissa's house for the night. Marissa, who had just carried a piece of wood back, just happened to hear these words and unwillingly called out. Why my house? Do you have a problem with that? Ling Meng revealed a fierce expression as she looked at Marissa. Who do you think caused me to fall to the point where I don't even have a place to stay? Marissa shrunk her neck and was speechless. At this moment, the sound of footsteps on the stone steps of the shrine entered the ears of Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumaru, attracting the attention of the three girls. Turning their heads, they looked in the direction of the stone steps. In the next moment, several figures appeared before their eyes. It was a group of one small figure and two large figures. The smaller figure was no more than a meter tall and looked like a child of about 10 years old. She wore a white cherry-colored gothic lowly outfit and a hat on her head. She walked in front of the two larger figures. Of the two large figures, one was dressed in pajamas with a book in her hand. She looked very intellectual as she walked. The other was dressed in maid attire and exuded an awe-inspiring aura. She held a parasol in her hand and supported the small girl in the dark. There was only one place in the fantasy village where such a group of three would appear. Scarlet Devil Mansion. The newcomers were Remilia, Patrice, and Zuiyi. The moment Remilia ascended the stone steps, she saw Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumi looking at her in astonishment. She also saw the ruins of the Boli shrine and a sinister smile appeared on her face. You guys seem to be very busy. It's you guys? Marissa and Sensei Merwin exclaimed in surprise. What are you guys doing here? Princess Ling Meng looked at Remilia with some displeasure, her expression turning somewhat unfriendly. Don't tell me you guys are here to apologize for your housekeeper? Apologize? Remilia shrugged. It's not a castle, it's just a shrine. What's there to apologize for? Ah! Ling Meng was enraged. Your housekeeper destroyed my shrine and you're looking down on him? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Remilia smirked, revealing her sharp canine teeth. I'm giving you a chance to rebuild your shrine. To be honest, the Bori shrine is too old. Isn't it good to build a new one? Whether it's old or new, it's none of your business. Ling Meng snorted and waved her hand at Remilia in disdain. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Don't be a hindrance. Isn't there nothing else? Patrice suddenly spoke. Remilia is here to invite you to the hot springs. Chapter 1831. Hot Spring. This used to be an impossible word in Fantasy Village. That was because there was no such thing as a hot spring in Fantasy Village. Not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon caused by demons in the subterranean world. Due to various coincidences, a hot spring was born on Demon Mountain. Since then, hot spring had truly entered the sights of the people and monsters in the fantasy village. It had also begun to be mentioned by people and monsters. Up until now, Ling Meng did not know if there were other hot springs in the fantasy village. However, for Ling Meng, who had not soaked in a hot spring not long ago and had not soaked in a hot spring ever since she resolved the mutation, the term hot spring was somewhat fresh to her. When she heard Patrice say that Remilia invited her to soak in the hot spring, Soul Dream didn't know how to react. On the other hand, Marissa and Sensei Maruin's eyes lit up, revealing expressions of reminiscence. Hot spring? Ever since the last mutation was resolved, he hadn't soaked in it again, right? That hot spring in Demon Mountain, right? There was a time when I used that hot spring as the main topic of my report. Looks like you're all interested. Remilia smiled proudly as she looked at Ling Meng. How about it? Do you want to come along? Why do you suddenly want to soak in the hot spring? Princess Ling Meng looked at Remilia with a doubtful expression. Also, why would you invite me to soak in the hot spring? Remilia had always been a person who did things her own way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used the red mist to cover the entire sky of Fantasyland to block the sunlight just to be able to move around during the day. That time, it was Ling Meng who had taken action and knocked Remilia out. Only then was the red mist's mutation resolved. Since then, Remilia would occasionally visit the Bori Shrine. She even used the Bori Shrine as a venue to hold banquets, causing Soul Dream a lot of trouble. However, Remilia would invite Soul Dream to a place to play. This was the first time. Remilia's reply was unusually willful and casual. Nothing much. I just suddenly wanted to invite you to soak in the hot spring. Hearing this, Princess Ling Meng subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. It had to be said that Ling Meng's intuition was accurate. It was so accurate that it made one's heart palpitate. Patrice seemed to have noticed that Ling Meng was using her intuition. She shot a glance at Ling Meng and said, I've destroyed your shrine for nothing. Remy would like to invite you to the hot springs as an apology. Huh? Hearing Patrice's words, even Remilia was stunned. Even Raven Knight had a look of surprise on his face as he revealed an expression of astonishment. Apologize? Marissa nodded in relief. In the end, it's still an apology. That's not. Remilia wanted to explain, but she was interrupted by Patrice before she could finish her sentence. Remy is just embarrassed. Don't mind her. After speaking, Patrice shot a glance at Remilia, causing Remilia to recall something. Remilia opened her mouth slightly and unwillingly turned her head away, no longer denying it. Still feeling that something was amiss, Ling Meng narrowed her eyes as though she wanted to see through Remilia's thoughts. That's not right. Right at this moment, Sensei Maru said to Remilia in surprise. Aren't you a vampire? I thought you couldn't touch water? With Sensei Maru's reminder, Ling Meng and Marissa recalled something. As a vampire, Remilia's bloodline wasn't very high. Even though she had the power that most vampires with higher bloodlines didn't have, she still had the weakness of vampires. She wasn't afraid of crosses or holy light, but Remilia unexpectedly had weaknesses like sunlight and water that could only counter low-level vampires. If Remilia were to soak in the hot springs, she would probably melt in the water. Do you think I would be so stupid as to joke around with my life for a hot spring? Remilia crossed her arms. This time, a sincere smile appeared on her face. Don't worry, I can already touch water. Ling Meng, Marissa, and Sensei Maru were stunned. You can touch water? Isn't water your weakness? You've already suppressed your weakness? Well. Remilia didn't explain and waved her hand. You can say that. Seeing that Remilia didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, Ling Meng turned her gaze to Kuyi. Actually, I can't say that young Miss has suppressed her weakness. Kuyi hesitated for a moment before deciding not to hide it. It's just that Lord Bai has a tool that allows young Miss to touch water for a short period of time. That's right, the reason Remilia could touch water wasn't because she overcame her weakness. It was because Wu Yen had exchanged for a tool that targeted this weakness and gave it to Remilia. Wu Yen originally wanted to exchange for a tool that could eliminate Remilia's weakness like sunlight and water. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. With his relationship with Remilia, Remilia would definitely become his summon in the future. Once she becomes Wu Yan's summon, she would be cleansed by the system just like Flan and get rid of all her weaknesses. Rather than spending points to exchange for an expensive tool, it would be better to wait for the system to eliminate Remilia's weaknesses when he summons her in the future. Thus, Wu Yen didn't spend that many points to exchange for a tool. He simply exchanged for a cheap tool that could temporarily overcome her weakness and gave it to Remilia. Is it that guy again? Hearing the name she didn't want to hear the most from Zhu Ye's mouth, Ling Meng's expression darkened. Nothing that has anything to do with that guy is good. If you want to go to the hot spring, go ahead. Oh. Remilia didn't seem surprised at all. She had already guessed that Ling Meng would say that. Ling Meng, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of my housekeeper. Who's afraid of him? Ling Meng's eyebrows shot up. Why would I be afraid of him? Then why did you reject my invitation the moment you heard his name? Remilia smiled provocatively. Doesn't this prove that you're actually very afraid of him? I'm just afraid that he'll cause me trouble. Ling Meng shouted. If I wasn't afraid of him causing me trouble, I wouldn't be afraid no matter how many of them come. So I didn't bring him with me? Remilia shrugged her shoulders. If that's the case, if you're still afraid, then I really have no choice but to follow Pataki and Zhu Yi to the hot spring. Since we've reached this point, Ling Meng tightened her grip on the coin and closed her eyes. She couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's go to the hot spring then. Remilia revealed a victorious smile. Pataki and Zhu Yi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sensei Maru exclaimed in surprise. You two really want to go to the hot spring? I want to go too. Marissa shouted loudly. As she shouted, she pounced towards Ling Meng. I want to go to the hot spring too. However, before the Marissa could reach her, Ling Meng extended her hand and pressed it against the Marissa's head. She pushed the dancing Marissa away, keeping her at a distance from Ling Meng. You can't go. Why? With her head held down by Ling Meng, Marissa, who was unable to pounce on Ling Meng, could not help but dance about anxiously. Why won't you let me go? It's not just you. Ling Meng glanced at Sensei Maru, who was restless. You too, Marissa, you can't go either. Sensei Maru's body stiffened and he couldn't move. Why? Marissa started to argue. Why won't you let us go? Why? You're still asking why? Ling Meng said angrily. You destroyed my shrine and you still want to go to the hot spring? Continue to work here. Can't you do it tomorrow? Sensei Maru smiled apologetically. How about you let us go today? Don't even think about it. Ling Meng warned. If I find out that you're following me, I don't mind letting you taste the taste of being roasted again. Marissa and Norimaru Bunla shrugged their shoulders and hung their heads dejectedly. Chapter 1832. In the fantasy land, generally, whether it was humans or monsters, they would use a very simple word like mountain to call the monster mountain. That was to say, if someone mentioned a mountain, then most of them were referring to the monster mountain. On the monster mountain, there were many ancient monsters and gods. A cultural society that was different from other humans and monsters was also established here. In the monster mountain, in addition to those gods that are rarely seen on weekdays, the monsters that are active here are mainly Tengu and Kappa. Tengu and Kappa had high-tech means that were comparable to the outside world. This was a special society that was formed a long time ago, based on the society established by the ghosts and gods that led the Tengu. Therefore, since a long time ago, many monsters had lived in the Monster Mountain. The monsters that lived here had a longer history than the humans in the fantasy land. It was precisely because the monsters in the Monster Mountain were different from the monsters at the foot of the mountain. They lived a corrupt society and served as an important balance point in the fantasy land. In particular, Tengu and Kappa possessed technology that was comparable to or even more advanced than the outside world, which was why no monsters could invade this mountain. Among them, the Tengu was mainly famous for its photography, printing, publishing, and other technologies. The Kappa had the technology of smelting steel, construction, and making props. It could be considered an extremely special existence in the fantasy land, but it did not seem out of place. Moreover, the monsters in the Monster Mountain were more cheerful and united than any other race in the fantasy land. With advanced technology, they lived a rich near-future life. However, because of their strong sense of companionship, they were also quite repulsive to others. Especially the intruders in the mountain, no matter who the other party was, they would do their best to drive them away. Therefore, there were many mysteries in the Monster Mountain that had not been confirmed by the monsters and people in the fantasy land. For example, there was a rumor that inside the Monster Mountain, it was an incomparably huge hole. The monsters in the Monster Mountain secretly lived in this hole, living the same life as the outside world. For example, there was a rumor that in the Monster Mountain, there was a technology. It only needed the light energy of the sun for a day. It could automatically produce the necessities of modern life. The monsters in the Monster Mountain only needed to drink wine and read newspapers. Chatting was enough. There was no need for any labor. There was even a rumor that there was a barrier cave in the Demon Mountain that was supposed to be forbidden from connecting to the real world, the fantasy town's Great Bali Barrier. The monsters in Monster Mountain used this cave to disguise themselves as humans. They obtained modern technology in the real world and interacted with humans in the real world. Therefore, they did not have to interact with other monsters and humans in Fantasy Village. Of course, these were all just rumors. Whether or not such a thing was true, even Ling Meng, the manager of Fantasy Village, did not know. Most of them were just nonsense. After all, the monsters came to live in the Fantasy Village because they had no place to stay in the real world. Basically, it was impossible for them to have any contact with the real world. If the Boli Great Barrier really opened a hole that could lead to the outside world, Violet would not turn a blind eye to it. She would definitely do something. At the very least, she would not allow the monsters in the Monster Mountain to casually use the hole to enter and exit the outside world and Fantasy Village, so as not to expose the existence of Fantasy Village. As for the empty rumor in Monster Mountain, only Tengu and Kappa knew whether it was true or not. When it was almost midnight, in a certain corner of Monster Mountain, several figures visited a hot spring that was emitting steam. The newcomers were naturally Remilia, Patrice, Zui, and Ling Meng. The monsters in Monster Mountain were very xenophobic. Usually, there were guards formed by monsters patrolling the mountain even at night. Once they found an intruder, they would eliminate them. Even if the monsters in Fantasy Village came to Monster Mountain for some reason, they had to be interrogated by the guards. If only Remilia, Patrice, and Zui came to Monster Mountain, they would definitely be interrogated like this. However, it was different with Ling Meng around. Who didn't know the shaman of Boli Shrine? She was the manager of Fantasy Village and Monster Mountain was also under her jurisdiction. Although Boli Shrine wouldn't interfere with Monster Mountain's matters, it didn't mean that they could exclude her unless they didn't want to stay in Fantasy Village. Therefore, as soon as they confirmed that Shaman Boli was among the newcomers, the guards tacitly retreated and continued their patrol. Ling Meng, your face is quite useful, Remilia said helplessly. If only we came, there would definitely be a dispute. That's why I said that you guys are a bunch of troublemakers. Ling Meng said with an expressionless face. She then extended her hand and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. Stop talking nonsense, quickly soak in the water and go back to sleep. Remilia, Patrice, and Zui could hear the annoyance and impatience in Ling Meng's words. This annoyance and impatience wasn't directed at Remilia and the others, but Ling Meng was still angry at the culprits who destroyed her shrine. Remilia didn't beat around the bush. She took out a bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. This piqued Ling Meng's curiosity. Then what kind of item can allow you to touch water temporarily? It's said to be. Remilia frowned as she weighed the bottle in her hand. I just don't know if it's effective. Since Lord Bai said so, it must be true, Zui hurriedly said. Lord Bai wouldn't joke around with young Miss Safety. That's true, Patrice looked at Remilia. Remilia, for the sake of caution, you should try it first and see if it's effective. I got it. Remilia started to feel nervous at this point. After living for 500 years, Remilia had never touched a source of water other than drinking it. No, it should be said that she didn't touch large amounts of water. A small amount of water naturally wouldn't affect Remilia. However, if she came into contact with large amounts of water, she would be affected. If Remilia were to touch the hot spring in front of her, she would probably feel pain. But if she were to soak herself in, she would probably melt right away. Thus, Remilia couldn't be blamed for being nervous. Remilia could only put on a brave front and pretend that she didn't care. She walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the steaming hot spring water in front of her with some struggle. Ling Meng had already stopped removing the clothes, while Patrice had also kept her book. A trace of nervousness appeared on San Ye's face. The three of them simultaneously looked towards Remilia, who was squatting by the hot spring, with different expressions. While Ling Meng said that she didn't want to have anything to do with Wu Yan, she was curious as to whether Remilia could really touch water with the item he gave her. Patrice was also curious, but at the same time, she was also concerned for Remilia. Only Zui didn't have any curiosity or concern, only worry and nervousness. Under the gazes of the three, Remilia couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She nervously extended her hand and paused on the surface of the hot spring for a moment. Then she shut her eyes and threw caution to the wind as she stretched her hand in. Ling Meng, Patrice, and Zui immediately took a step forward and shifted their gazes to Remilia's hand. Remilia let out a sound. Hearing this sound, Ling Meng, Patrice, and Zui understood. Remilia could really touch water now. Because this sound didn't contain any pain, only satisfaction. So comfortable. Remilia opened her eyes. Her scarlet eyes were filled with joy. Also, it's so warm, young miss. Zui carefully asked. Is there anything strange about it? Don't worry, I don't feel anything strange. That medicine should be able to let me touch water. Remilia happily waved her hand in the water. I am clear about my body, you can rest assured. Later, let me study that medicine. Patrice nodded. Perhaps you can find a way to overcome your weakness. Remilia gladly agreed. Since there's no problem, hurry up and get down. Ling Meng's tone was impatient as she continued undressing. I still have to find a place to stay later. Remilia and the other two exchanged glances and also started undressing. Chapter 1833. Soaking in a hot spring in the middle of the night wasn't a rare occurrence. However, soaking in a hot spring in the middle of the night in a desolate place with no other source of light apart from the moonlight and starlight in the sky was an extremely rare occurrence. At this very moment, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and San Yi each occupied a different location and soaked in the hot spring of the Demon Mountain. Only those with good eyesight and careful observation would be able to discover the situation in the hot spring. Ling Meng was alone in a corner of the hot spring. Not far from her side was Remilia, and San Yi was beside Remilia. Opposite Remilia and Zai Yi, on the other side of Ling Meng, was Patrice. She was clearly here to soak in the hot spring, but for some reason she had brought a book with her. She was doing her own thing, soaking in the hot spring while reading her book with an expressionless face. In this manner, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and San Yi sat in the hot spring and leaned against the rock wall. Basically, everything below their shoulders was submerged in the water. Remilia, who was originally happy to be able to touch the water, was hesitant to share a bath with Remilia. Due to various reasons, Ling Meng was unhappy. But at this moment, all of them cast their gazes in the same direction and remained silent. The three of them cast their gazes in the direction of Patrice. More accurately speaking, it should be Patrice's half-exposed chest that was submerged in the water. Because they were in the hot spring, it was needless to say that everyone was completely naked. If one were to observe carefully. No. There was no need to observe carefully. As long as one's vision didn't have a problem, they would be able to clearly see the differences in the figures of the various young ladies that were originally not very good-looking due to the existence of the clothes. First, it was Remilia. As for Remilia, one could only say that her figure was that of a proper young lady. She looked like she was only 10 years old. Her body hadn't fully matured and couldn't even be said to have grown a little. However, Remilia's figure was very slender. It was surprisingly watery, as if it was made of glass. Although it wasn't transparent, it was like a solidified white jelly. It gave people the feeling that if they pressed their fingers on it, they would be bounced back by the skin. It couldn't be said to be tempting, but it was quite easy to make people gasp in amazement. On the other hand, although Ling Meng's figure was more outstanding than Remilia's, she did not have the same feeling as Remilia. Instead, she appeared more refreshing and smooth. Even though she was soaked in water and surrounded by white steam, Ling Meng's fair skin could still be seen. If Remilia were to be compared to jelly, then Ling Meng would be a brightly colored candy. One could not help but lick her. Of course, Princess Ling Meng's figure could not be described as good. Her curves were very distinct, but it was still too early to say that she was impressive. She could only be described as cute. Then it was Night. In terms of the size of the part that needed to be protruded, Night was the same as Ling Meng. They were the type that could only be grasped with one hand. They couldn't be considered voluptuous or impressive. However, Ji had a delicate body that reminded people of ice, snow, and rivers. It was an extremely beautiful body. Her chest wasn't large, but the shape was beautiful. Her skin wasn't as smooth as Ling Meng's, but it was far more exquisite. It wasn't as watery as Remilia's, but it was soft and tender like a blooming cherry blossom. It gave people an indescribable sense of beauty. The water from the hot spring dripped down from her cherry blossom-like skin. It was a beautiful sight that could take one's breath away. It was very alluring. Remilia, Ling Meng, and Night. Out of the three of them, Night's figure should be the most suitable and the most attractive. However, compared to Patrice, it was still child's play. At first glance, the feeling that Patrice gave people could only be described with one word. Soft and velvety. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one would feel that it was extremely soft. If one was lucky enough to hug Patrice, they would definitely feel as though they had thrown themselves into a bed. It would be extremely comfortable and blissful. Compared to this softness, Patrice's most prominent part was still the most eye-catching part. Even if the water flowed past, it wouldn't be able to find a gap to squeeze in. It was a pair of voluptuous breasts that were tightly pressed against each other. In addition to her soft and firm waist, slender thighs, and fully developed figure, this was undoubtedly the dream of all men. It was the most perfect figure in the world. It was the embodiment of both men's desires and women's longing. It could be said that it was a figure that was doted on by the creator. Needless to say, what caused Remilia, Ling Meng, and Raven Knight to ignore all their emotions and stare at the pair of perfectly round chests that could not be concealed. Of course, compared to Patrice's voluptuous figure, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Night looked like a child of about 10 years old, while the other two were only 16 or 17 years old. They still had a lot of room for growth. However, Remilia was a vampire. She wouldn't age or die, and her body wouldn't grow any further. Ling Meng and Night had also reached the final stage of their development. Not long after, their figures would be fixed unless they were developed by their destined other halves. Even so, with Ling Meng and Night's current state, if they were to allow their bodies to grow freely, they would definitely not be able to reach Patrice's level. Furthermore, Patrice gave off a feeling of being too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. She also had an intelligent and steady appearance. Even if their bodies were to grow to Patrice's level, Ling Meng and Night didn't have the confidence to compete with Patrice in terms of attractiveness to men. Thus, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Night gazed at the enviable semicircle floating on the water surface. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Patrice, to think that I've always treated you as a good friend. I didn't expect you to betray me so early on. I'm displeased that my shrine was destroyed, and I'm also displeased that I didn't get rid of that super troublemaker. I'm displeased with Marissa, and I'm displeased with Wen as well. But I'm most displeased with this moment, right? Lady Patrice, to think that you could hide so deeply, Patrice tilted her head and asked in bewilderment. She could faintly hear a few muttering voices. What's wrong? Oomph. Facing Patrice's question, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Zuyi responded with cold snorts, leaving Patrice somewhat stunned. Did I offend them? Ling Meng. As though trying to shake off her displeasure, Remilia turned to Ling Meng and spoke with a rather harsh tone. How about we compete and see who can soak in the hot spring the longest? Huh. Ling Meng frowned and waved her hand disinterestedly. How troublesome. You should look for your maid to compete with that big-breasted witch over there. Don't say that, there's a prize. Remilia revealed an unfathomable smile. If you can soak in the hot spring longer than me, after you rebuild the shrine, I'll pay for all the furniture and utensils. Hearing this, Ling Meng's uninterested and lazy expression disappeared without a trace, and her eyes shone with a bright light. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Remilia shrugged. It's just some furniture and utensils, it won't cost much. It's not just furniture and utensils, Ling Meng reminded. I also want to buy a bigger and better kotatsu than the one I had before. No problem. And the best tea set. That's not a problem either. I also want to buy tea leaves. I'll buy you the best. And, so annoying. When the time comes, you can buy whatever you want. All right. Ling Meng finally mustered up her enthusiasm. No, that's not right. Rather than calling it enthusiasm, it would be more accurate to call it throwing caution to the wind and going all out. For the furniture of my new shrine, I won't leave before you even if I die. Even though they already expected this reaction from Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Knight couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness when they heard this. This poor witch, could it be that the mysterious power in her blood is a power that can make people lose all their strength? That's truly frightening. Chapter 1834. Generally speaking, hot springs aren't suitable for prolonged soaking. Otherwise, one would suffer from chest tightness, thirst, dizziness, and other symptoms. Perhaps due to the lack of moisture, the skin would be dry. Therefore, it's generally unsuitable to soak in a hot spring for more than 20 minutes. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of side effects. Large amounts of moisture would be drained from the skin and cause discomfort. Originally, Ling Meng intended to soak in the hot spring for 10 minutes and return to her shrine to worry about it. However, after Remilia proposed the bet, Ling Meng decided to stake it all. As time elapsed, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi had entered the hot spring for 30 minutes. Roughly 40 minutes had passed since then. I can't take it anymore. Patrice's body was originally weaker than an average person. Although she wasn't a human but a witch, her resistance to the hot spring was much stronger than an average person. However, after 40 minutes, her calm face turned red and she surrendered. Lady Patrice. Seeing Patrice acting as though she was drunk, her head swaying left and right. She looked as though she was about to fall into the hot spring and faint. Zuye's face turned red as well. He rushed over and helped Patrice up. Lady Patrice, are you all right? Zuyi. Patrice mumbled in a daze. I feel dizzy. This. Zuyi turned his gaze to Remilia, his expression somewhat awkward. Young Mississippi. Zuyi. Her face was also red. However, Remilia, who was still at ease, waved her hand at Zhaoyi. Help Patrice to the shore to rest. But Zuyi hesitated. Young miss, don't you need me to accompany you? Don't worry, I'm fine, Remilia said with a dull expression. You can wait on the shore with Patrice. Rao Yi glanced at Remilia, who appeared to be at ease, and then at Patrice, who was fainting. He could only nod his head in agreement. I understand, young Mississippi. Leaving these words, Jianghu helped Patrice out of the hot spring and walked towards the shore. Patchouli and Nagai left the hot spring. They returned to the shore. Only then did Remilia tilt her head and look to her side. There, Ling Meng was soaking everything below her shoulders in the hot spring, her eyes wide open. It was as if he had pulled an all-nighter and hadn't slept at all. They were still in a stalemate and refused to sleep. Like a person who was holding a toothpick against his eyelids, he held on desperately. Taking a closer look, Ling Meng's face was redder than a monkey's butt. Her pair of large, watery eyes that used to be filled with laziness were no longer filled with laziness. Only dullness remained, and she even drew circles in her eyes. A sly smile appeared on Remilia's blushing face. "How is it? Are you okay?" That goes without saying." With circles in her eyes and a face as red as pig's blood, Ling Meng forced a smile and spoke in a hoarse voice. "It's still too early, is that so?" Remilia shrugged her shoulders with a "do as you please" expression. Don't try to be brave. It was natural for Remilia to be so calm. The medicine Wu Yan gave Remilia, rather than allowing her to come into contact with water, it's more accurate to say that it's enhancing her body's adaptability to water, even if it's a hot spring. Thus, for Remilia, as long as the medicine was still in effect, her body would be able to adapt to the hot spring. She might not be able to soak in the hot spring for a long time, but at the very least, she wouldn't experience any side effects. If Remilia wanted to soak in the hot spring for 1 or 2 hours, she would be able to do so. In other words, Remilia was cheating. However, Remilia swallowed the medicine in front of Ling Meng and didn't connect the dots. It was Ling Meng's own carelessness. Furthermore, Remilia's goal wasn't to determine the victor between her and Ling Meng. Remilia turned her head and saw Ling Meng's increasingly red face. She raised an eyebrow. "Still not giving up?" It's still too early, too early." Ling Meng seemed to have lost her mind. She kept muttering these words, but her head was also spinning along with her eyes. Seeing this, Remilia no longer tried to hide her emotions. Her face tensed up as she called out to Ling Meng. "It should be about time, right?" There would always be times when a person's blood would surge due to excessive heat or some other reason. Soaking in the hot spring could also cause a person's blood to surge and increase their blood circulation. Here came the problem. If one soaked in the hot spring for too long, their blood circulation would increase and their blood would surge. What kind of situation would occur? Those who could adapt to the hot spring would feel dizzy and their bodies would overheat. It was possible that their skin would turn red. Those who couldn't adapt to the hot spring would experience the effects of excessive blood circulation. For example, a nosebleed. How was Ling Meng adapting to the hot spring? Was there even a need to ask? Ling Meng had only soaked in the hot spring once, and this was only her second time. After soaking in the hot spring for such a long time, the surrounding air was rather dry and her body had lost most of its moisture. Thus, Ling Meng's nose began to bleed. Drip. Ling Meng's face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The look in her eyes became even more lifeless. Her tense face collapsed as a drop of dark red blood dripped down from the tip of her nose into the hot spring. Seeing this, Remilia's eyes lit up. With lightning speed, she collected the drop of blood floating on the surface of the water. Then, she acted as if she couldn't take it anymore and floated out of the hot spring. "I can't take it anymore." "You won." Ling Meng, who did not realize that she was having a nosebleed and did not react in time, was stunned for a moment before she realized what had happened and said foolishly, "I won?" "That's right," Remilia admitted since she had achieved her goal. "You won." "Then," Ling Meng said stubbornly. "My furniture, I know," Remilia said helplessly. "I will have someone send it to you when the shrine is rebuilt." Two. Ling Meng seemed to have relaxed as she giggled foolishly. "That's great." Ling Meng's head hit the surface of the hot spring and her entire body sank into the hot spring. "Ling Meng." Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's exclamations reverberated through the steamy mountain and into the night sky. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Looking at the gem-like drop of blood floating above his palm, Wu Yan was speechless. Soaking in the hot spring until she gets a nosebleed? To think that you guys could come up with such a method? Wu Yan didn't know what expression he had when he said that. Soaking in the hot spring until she gets a nosebleed? Not everyone can do that, right? How did you know that Ling Meng would get a nosebleed? As long as the blood reaches a certain level, humans will have a nosebleed. Patrice calmly said. "I think that Remy must have made up her mind. As long as Boli doesn't get a nosebleed, She will continue to soak in the hot spring. Are you for real? Wu Yan looked at Remilia, who was sipping her tea at the head of the table. What will you do if the potion's effects disappear? What will I do? Remilia said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Can I just eat another one? Ugh. Wu Yan was at a loss for words. He had achieved his goal, but he wasn't happy at all. He only felt conflicted. Although Ling Meng's blood is essence infused with fantasy power, Wu Yan had the urge to throw it away when he remembered that it was Ling Meng's nosebleed. Forget it. In the end, Wu Yan couldn't muster up the courage to throw it away. He sighed and said weakly, Thank you, you've done me a big favor, although I think so too. Remilia frowned. But you don't look like you're happy. Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. He could only pray that the item that allowed him to ascend to the demigod rank wasn't to be eaten. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he could harden his heart and swallow Ling Meng's nosebleed. Chapter 1835. Today's weather was unusually clear. It couldn't be said that the sun was shining, but the sky was indeed blue, without a single wisp of cloud. In the cloudless sky, a streak of light, like a colorless shooting star, cut through the air as if it wanted to cut the sky in half. It flew past with a long tail of light and landed in a dense forest. From the very beginning, the owner of the flowing light already had its own destination. It did not slow down at all as it shuttled back and forth in the dense forest, passing by trees of different sizes that were equally lush, flying towards one of the directions in the forest. Not long after, a medium-sized manor house appeared in front of the streak of light. The streak of light didn't slow down until the manor house appeared. It landed in the open space in front of the manor house and showed its original form. It could be worn as casual clothes or as a suit. It had a very modern style of clothing. It was pitch black all over, and only the shirt under the jacket was white. The newcomer had black hair and red eyes. It was Wu Yan. Looking at the manor house in front of him, the corners of Wu Yan's mouth slowly rose until they reached a rather happy arc. He stopped and walked over. When he arrived in front of the manor house, Wu Yan didn't knock on the door. It was as if he knew that the owner of the manor house didn't lock it. He pushed the door open and walked into the manor house. He crossed the hall and went up the stairs to the second floor of the manor house. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. Wu Yan tried his best to eliminate the sound of his footsteps. He went up the stairs very slowly and crossed a corridor. He came to the door of a room. He tilted his head and listened with his ears. Wu Yan tried to hear the sound in the room. Faintly, Wu Yan could hear a very subtle knocking sound echoing in the room. If he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't have heard it at all. This also proved that there was indeed someone in the room. This confirmed it. Wu Yan smiled and pushed open the door in front of him. What entered his field of vision was a Western-style, slightly dreamy room. Just like a dollhouse where dolls lived, the room was brightly lit, and there were some pink decorations in different places. The color of the furniture was also relatively bright, and it was quite girly. In such a room, the young lady sat gracefully on the floor. His head was lowered, and in his hands was an extremely delicate, palm-sized doll. He was fiddling with something with a serious look on his face. The hem of the sleeveless blue dress was spread out like a cake skirt. With the young girl as the center, it formed a circle on the ground. The young girl was like a housewife knitting a sweater. While she continued with the work at hand, she exuded an otherworldly aura. Seeing this scene, even Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Ever since Wu Yan overbearingly dominated her, Alice's temperament has become more and more attractive. Also, her every move was like an elegant aristocratic daughter. It's hard for anyone to look away. Even Wu Yan couldn't bear to look away when he saw her like this. And the arrival of Wu Yan. Naturally, it was impossible to hide it from Alice. But Alice didn't stop the work at hand, nor did she look up to say hello. She still continued to fiddle with the doll in her hand. Instead, Shanghai and Penglai, who were dressed as Western maids, were suspended on both sides. They bowed to Wu Yan as a greeting. Unfortunately, although Shanghai and Penglai had a healthy personality, they were just lifeless dolls after all. They didn't even have a voice. They could only bow. Wu Yan waved slightly to Shanghai and Penglai. Without saying a word, he walked directly into the room and sat opposite Alice. He stared straight at Alice and didn't move anymore. Under Wu Yan's invasive gaze, Alice remained expressionless. However, her pair of beautiful eyes had some ripples. Obviously, being stared at so brazenly by Wu Yan, even with Alice's indifference, she couldn't calm her heart. She wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Regarding this, Alice was angry and helpless. Angry, naturally she was angry at herself, and also angry at Wu Yan. Helpless, she was helpless at herself, helpless at the thick-skinned Wu Yan. Alice never knew that in this world, there really existed a person who could break the peace in her heart with just a gaze or an action. One must know that in the past, even Marissa and Patrice couldn't break the peace in Alice's heart so obviously. Ever since this man appeared, Alice realized that she was becoming more and more different from her past self. At least, not in front of this man. Could it be that this guy was really her nemesis? With such a helpless thought, Alice stopped what she was doing and raised her head to meet Wu Yan's eyes. Is there something? Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly as though he had won some sort of victory. Can't I visit you if there's nothing? It was the same conversation and answer as the last time they met, when he shamelessly begged for Alice's forgiveness. This made Alice's heart unable to calm down, and anger and helplessness surged up once again. If there's nothing, then don't disturb me while I'm making dolls. Am I disturbing you? Wu Yan purposely put on an innocent look. I remember that I didn't speak nor did I touch you. How could I disturb you? Are you doing this on purpose? Alice furrowed her brows. Since you don't intend to disturb me, then don't look at me like that. Wu Yan cried out in a pitiful tone. I can't even look at you? Isn't this too much of a bully? Bully? Who's the bully? Alice didn't know how she should react. She could only let out a faint sigh. What do you want? Wu Yan retracted his joking expression and stared straight at Alice. When he saw Alice's expression turning unnatural, he opened his mouth and said something like that. How long have you not been out? Alice was slightly stunned. She was puzzled. Why are you asking this? Well, Wu Yan didn't answer the first time. Instead, he said seriously. Answer me first. How long have you not been out? Noticing that Wu Yan isn't just chatting and that he's asking this question in a serious manner, Alice fell silent. How long have you not been out? Of course, no one knew this better than Alice. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and said straightforwardly. As far as I know, you haven't been out since that day, right? Yes. Ever since the day she had sex with Wu Yan, Alice hasn't left the house. She didn't appear in front of anyone. It's as if she's sealed herself away from the world. She's been staying at home making dolls. Usually, Alice wouldn't run around everywhere, but she wouldn't stay at home for a few days. Alice might seem casual, but she was actually very afraid of loneliness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attended Remilia's banquet. It was because of this that Wu Yan came to find Alice. Alice. Wu Yan looked at Alice and his tone became melancholy. Do you hate me that much? No. Alice quickly shook her head and lowered her head. It's not like that. Alice did have complicated feelings about Wu Yan. After all, this person took her by force, didn't he? But surprisingly, among these complex emotions, there were no negative emotions such as hate or hatred. At most, there were only emotions such as anger and anger that were neither painful nor itchy. Alice didn't go out since then because she felt a little lost about her current self. She wasn't mentally prepared, so she subconsciously lived a life of isolation. She didn't know if Wu Yan noticed this. He stared at Alice, who lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. He reached out and held Alice's hand. Come with me for a walk. This time, Wu Yan took a rare forceful tone. His tone is unquestionable. Under such a tone, Alice actually subconsciously obeyed and nodded her head unconsciously. Chapter 1836. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. Wu Yan held Alice's hand as they walked up the stone steps in front of the Bori Shrine. Wu Yan held Alice's hand as they walked up the steps at a steady pace. At this moment, Alice was like a child who was afraid of strangers. She didn't object to Wu Yan holding her hand. She lowered her head and followed Wu Yan to Bori Shrine. Alice looked up and saw the end of the stone steps getting closer and closer. She whispered with a puzzled expression, "Why did you bring me to the shrine?" It was obvious that Alice didn't know that an earth-shattering event had happened at the Boli Shrine yesterday. That is, the collapse of Bori Shrine. Now, this matter was basically known to everyone in the illusory village. There is no other reason. As long as there is no problem with eyesight and perception, they should be able to see that yesterday, the dream seal released by Ling Meng fell from the sky like the sun. That dream seal move was indeed powerful. It was so powerful that no one in the entire fantasy village couldn't feel it. Even the ordinary humans in the human realm could see it even if they couldn't feel it. So, who wouldn't be curious after witnessing such a powerful attack? It was impossible to hide the collapse of the Boli Shrine. Under such circumstances, Alice, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face. She probably didn't know about this matter that was known to everyone. One could only imagine what kind of isolated life Alice had been living for the past few days. If Alice was allowed to go on like this, perhaps Alice would completely become a reticent person who no longer saw people. That was hard to say. Wu Yan once again confirmed that his decision to drag Alice out of this mess was the right one. He scratched his cheek. "But yesterday, I caused quite a bit of trouble. I have to go check it out, right?" "Trouble?" Alice's face was still filled with confusion. "What trouble?" Wu Yan bitterly smiled and told Alice what happened yesterday in a concise manner, causing Alice to reveal an astonished expression. "You destroyed the Bori Shrine?" "Actually, that's not my fault." Wu Yan tried to shift the blame. "It's that hateful black and white who attacked the shrine without permission. I didn't want to destroy the shrine at all." "Marissa?" Alice shook her head helplessly. "Indeed. She's the only one who can cause such a big trouble." Alice tightened her grip on Wu Yan's hand as she continued with a complicated tone. "Is Marissa at the shrine now?" "You can say so." Wu Yan looked at Alice with a smile. "What? You don't dare to see Marissa?" Alice opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to refute, but she couldn't say anything. Dare to see Marissa? It wasn't that she didn't dare to see Marissa. It's just that Alice didn't know how she should react to Marissa. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Alice, who had a Yuri plot towards Marissa, to be eaten alive by a certain wolf? Who asked Alice to truly follow the harmony of yin and yang, and the great Tao of male and female pairing? That's why Alice was so conflicted. In this regard, Wu Yan only said one sentence. "Marissa is your best friend in Fantasy Village. She's the closest person to you. I don't want you to be afraid to face her." Hearing this, Alice's heart calmed down. That's right. Marissa was Alice's best friend and the closest person to her in Fantasy Village. Even if she had a relationship with Wu Yan, her Yuri plot towards Marissa couldn't be realized. She couldn't stay away from Marissa because of this. This was the kind of friendship that only existed between women. It was far more intimate and delicate than the friendship between men. Following Wu Yan's footsteps, Alice followed behind Wu Yan and walked to the end of the stone steps. After the two of them walked down the stone steps, the current state of Bori Shrine was presented before their eyes. The wreckage of the original Boli Shrine, which was supposed to be in ruins, has been cleaned up, leaving only a vast open space. On the side of the open space, there were piles of wood and stone. Under the processing of two listless girls, they were turned into materials needed to rebuild the shrine. Needless to say, those two girls were Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru. As for Soul Dream, she was still holding onto her imperial coin as she stood in front of Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru. She had a hangover look on her face as she clutched her head. Faint whimpering sounds could be heard clearly by everyone present. "Oh, my head is still a little dizzy and my body is still very hot. Very uncomfortable. But to be able to get a lot of furniture and tools for free, it is worth it." Such a sentence made Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru feel even more powerless. Damn it, why can Soul Dream soak in the hot spring until she gets dizzy while we have to work here for so long and take care of the unconscious Soul Dream? "Well, I really want to soak in the hot spring. I really want to write a report. There is no report today. I wonder if everyone will have a bad impression of Wenwen daily? Seeing this, Wu Yen and Alice looked at each other speechlessly. Soul Dream, who was still holding her head, inadvertently turned her head to look in the direction of the stone steps. She saw the man and woman standing at the end of the stone steps and was momentarily stunned. When she saw Wu Yen, her eyes widened and she shouted, "You actually dare to come?" The sudden shout startled everyone present. It also caused Marissa and soul-shooting Maru to notice Wu Yen and Alice. The two of them ignored Alice and shouted at the same time, "You absconding bastard! You finally appeared! What do you mean absconding?" Wu Yen retorted, "The one who destroyed the shrine was not me. Why should I abscond?" "You were the one who told me to destroy the shrine," Marissa shouted. "If you didn't want Soul Dream's blood, I wouldn't have become like this. It is all your fault." "I didn't destroy the shrine either," soul-shooting Maru said indignantly. "Then why do I have to be responsible for rebuilding the shrine?" Marissa and soul-shooting Maru's resentment has been accumulating for a period of time. Now that they have an opportunity to vent, the two of them showed signs of not being able to stop. "Don't just focus on talking." Soul Dream pointed at Marissa and soul-shooting Marabune as she issued an order. "Hurry up and continue." Marissa and soul-shooting Maru wanted to say something, but under Soul Dream's imposing gaze, they immediately withered and obediently continued processing the wood and stone in their hands. Wu Yen could only bitterly smile at Alice before he looked at Ling Meng and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Ling Meng. Do you need my help?" "No need," Soul Dream said without hesitation. She even looked at him as though he was an unwelcome person and waved her hand disdainfully. "Nothing good will happen when you appear. Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder me from rebuilding the shrine and don't give me any trouble." After saying that, Soul Dream snorted coldly. "Of course, don't expect me to give you any blood and cause any trouble. Even if you are someone from Yukari's family, I will still treat you." It seems that Soul Dream still doesn't know that she was tricked by Remilia yesterday. She had already used some furniture and tools as bait to lure out the blood. Wu Yen didn't intend to expose her and shrugged his shoulders. "This time, I am not here to ask for blood." "Not here to ask for blood?" Soul Dream was startled and immediately became vigilant. "If you are not here to ask for blood, then what are you here for?" Looking at how Ling Meng is acting as if she's guarding against some dreadful beast, Wu Yen felt a bit depressed. "Can't I be here to make amends and to help?" "I already said that I don't need your help." Soul Dream was unmoved. "Just don't cause any trouble." All right. After being rejected by Soul Dream, Wu Yen could only compromise. "You really don't need help?" "No need." "You don't need to apologize?" "No need." "You can't even use gold coins as a gift?" "No." Just as Soul Dream was about to reject him, the word gold entered her ears. She suddenly choked and crossed her arms. With a thoughtful expression, she nodded her head. "That's fine." Wu Yen, Alice, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi were speechless. Chapter 1838. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest, Forever Pavilion. Even in this bright and sunny weather, the Lost Bamboo Forest was still filled with a dense fog that made it difficult for people to see clearly. The incoming sunlight was completely blocked outside the bamboo forest, causing the light within the Lost Bamboo Forest to be somewhat dim. Forever Pavilion was an exception. No one knew how it was done, but the sunlight that shone down from the sky and shone on the surroundings of the Forever Pavilion was not blocked by the heavy fog. Instead, all of it poured in, like a pillar of light descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Forever Pavilion. This scene could not be described as not beautiful. If someone was nearby and looked at the Forever Pavilion from a distance, they would see that the Forever Pavilion was shrouded in a beam of light descending from the sky. Although the style of the Forever Pavilion was an ancient Japanese style, it exuded an otherworldly temperament, as if it was a secret residence in a paradise, making one's heart surge. In the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion, there were many extremely fat rabbits, at least much fatter than their peers. They were about half the size of an adult dog. They were like lazy cats, nestled in various corners of the courtyard, as if they were basking in the sunlight. No matter how one looked at it, this was quite an incredible scene. Not long after, a door in the corridor above the courtyard slowly opened. A young girl carried a huge box and moved it with some difficulty. She walked out of Forever Pavilion. This was a rather strange girl. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a uniformed coat, a red tie, and a pink pleated skirt. The girl had a pair of wrinkled rabbit ears that were at least 20 centimeters long. They looked like ornaments. Her long purple straight hair swayed in the wind. Her delicate face was a little rosy. Obviously, she was using a lot of strength. This girl was a member of Forever Pavilion, the pet of Mount Penglai, and the disciple of Yonglin. Not long ago, in front of Wu Yan, Ling Xian bore the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. After a few days, Ling Xian had already borne all the 7 deadly sins. She was no longer the dissatisfied and depressed rabbit who had been eager to touch the opposite sex a few days ago. But now, Ling Xian was behaving like a cow. It seemed that even if she did not bear the 7 deadly sins, her life did not seem to be any better. That was why Ling Xian was the victim of his fantasy, wasn't she? She struggled to move the box that was half as tall as her. Inside the box was a large pile of carrots. She walked into the courtyard and slammed the box down as if she couldn't hold on any longer. It was unknown if she had done a lot of work before this, but Ling Xian was panting slightly. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and complained. Why do I have to do the work of the emperor? Di was the other member of the Eternal Pavilion, and also the last member of the Eternal Pavilion. She was also the pet of Mount Penglai's Bright Knight. At the same time, she was the leader of all the untransformed rabbits in the Eternal Pavilion. Usually, the work of feeding rabbits was done by Di. Ling Xian's job was to assist Yonglin in making medicine. However, this rabbit demon named Di was extremely mischievous and active. Not only did he like to bully Ling Xian, but he also liked to run around and tease people he didn't know. It was precisely because of Di's bullying that Ling Xian received the title of rabbit. She must have gone somewhere to tease people again. Ling Xian sighed. I really hope the princess can teach her a lesson. As she said this, Ling Xian actually didn't have much hope. It was not that Emperor would not be punished, nor was it that Mount Penglai and Yonglin doted on Emperor so much. It was just that Mount Penglai only cared about playing games and reading comics all day long, while Yonglin only cared about her pharmaceutical work and did not care about Emperor's misdeeds at all. That was why Ling Xian was so tragic. Let's hurry and feed these rabbits. After saying this, Ling Xian clapped her hands and raised her voice. Everyone, come and eat. However, Ling Xian's shout only caused the rabbits in the courtyard to lazily open their eyes and glance at her. Then, all the rabbits closed their eyes again and continued to bask in the sun. Ling Xian was startled at first, then she became angry. Even you all want to bully me? It was clearly a reprimand, but Ling Xian made it sound like she was sobbing. She even had tears in her eyes. Not only did she not look dignified, but she also made people want to tease her even more. Thinking about it, it was because of this that Ling Xian was always bullied. Oh! Ling Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Why does everyone like to bully me so much? Suddenly, the teary-eyed Ling Xian heard some light footsteps coming from the bamboo forest not far away. Who is it? Ling Xian's body trembled, and her vigilant eyes became timid under the influence of her tears. However, she still turned to look in the direction of the voice. Ling Xian saw it immediately. On the mountain path not far away, 2 figures appeared there. Hand in hand, they walked in the direction of the Forever Pavilion. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a casual suit. Except for the white shirt under the jacket, the rest of his clothes were black. His eyes were wine red. He wasn't charming, but his aura was deep and unforgettable. The woman wore a blue sleeveless dress with a white shawl draped over her shoulders. The dress reached her ankles, and her shoulder-length golden hair exuded an enchanting luster under the sunlight. Her appearance was one of a kind, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at the man and woman duo, Ling Xian was completely stunned. There were 2 reasons why she was stunned. The first was because of the woman. Apart from her princess, this was the first time Ling Xian saw such a beautiful girl. Her appearance and aura were comparable to Mount Penglai's Huiyi. The other reason was because of the man. If Ling Xian wasn't mistaken, the man was the one who came to Yongyuan Pavilion a few days ago. He seemed to have done something with Mount Penglai's Huiyi and Yonglin. He was pushed to the ground by her and was almost pushed back by her. It was Wu Yan and Alice. Holding Alice's hand, Wu Yan slowly walked in the direction of Yongyuan Pavilion. He didn't say a word to Alice during the process, so Alice's doubts remained unanswered. Why did he bring her to Yongyuan Pavilion? Alice didn't ask this question out loud. She just obediently followed Wu Yan in silence. Soon, Wu Yan and Alice saw Ling Xian standing behind a big box of carrots in the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion. Ling Xian stared at them blankly from behind a box of carrots. Looking at Ling Xian, who is staring at him and Alice in a daze, Wu Yan recalled the scene of him being pushed to the ground by Ling Xian a few days ago. He scratched his cheeks and he grinned. Hello. Ling Xian finally reacted. She realized her inappropriate behavior and remembered what happened a few days ago. She blushed and bowed awkwardly. Hello. Alice couldn't help but grin at Ling Xian. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel amused by her. Miss Rabbit, do you remember me? I'm not Miss Rabbit, I'm Ling Xian. Ling Xian puffed up her cheeks. Her face was still red. She spoke in an uncertain tone. I remember, you're Lady Yakumo, right? Oh. This time, Wu Yan was surprised. Do you remember my name? Yes. Yes. Ling Xian lowered her head shyly. Although I was in that state, I heard Lady Bai's conversation with Her Highness and Master. I still remember. In other words, Ling Xian still remembers how she pushed Wu Yan to the ground when she lost control of herself. Wu Yan was a bit embarrassed. He asked Ling Xian in front of Alice's confused expression. Are you all right? Yes. I'm fine. Ling Xian's face turned redder and redder. She couldn't help but change the topic. Are you here to see Her Highness? Wu Yan was about to nod in response to Ling Xian's question when a voice suddenly sounded in the Yongyuan Pavilion. It's you again. Chapter 1839. Sure enough, it's you again. As the voice echoed, a tall and plump figure walked out of the Yongyuan Pavilion. She came to the wooden corridor and attracted everyone's attention. First, she looked at Wu Yan and Alice, who are holding hands. Then, she waved her hand at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Her expression is as mysterious as ever. She waved at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Adumbra courtyard, go back to work. Yes, Master. Ling Xian answered in fear and trepidation. She didn't want to disturb Wu Yan and Yonglin. She lifted the box full of carrots and staggered to the other side of the courtyard. Wu Yan, Alice, and Yonglin looked at each other. No one spoke at once, which made the atmosphere a little weird. Just when Wu Yan thought Yonglin was going to give him a hard time and send him away, Yonglin sighed and waved her hand in a bored manner. You're here for the princess, right? Wu Yan was stunned. He didn't react to Yonglin's sudden change of attitude. The princess is in her room. She should be either sleeping or playing games. Yonglin said with a dull expression. If you want to find the princess, go by yourself. Wu Yan, who just came back to his senses, was stunned once again. He was surprised by what he saw. You're not here to stop me? Hachii Yonglin dotes on Kagaya, or rather, she spoils him. A few days ago, Wu Yan forcefully took Kagaya in as his summon in front of Hachii Yonglin. Hachii Yonglin should be hostile towards Wu Yan since he performed life fusion with her. He didn't know why. With Yonglin's wisdom, what exactly did she think about the matter of him accepting Mount Penglai's Kagaya as a summon? Did she secretly try to remove the situation where Mount Penglai's Kagaya's life force fused with him? But logically speaking, Yonglin shouldn't let him come into contact with Mount Penglai Hui so easily. After all, last time, Wu Yan took Kagaya of Penglai Mountain as a summon in front of Yonglin. Yonglin didn't have the power to stop him. In that case, even if Yonglin didn't feel regretful, she would feel unwilling. Logically speaking, he wouldn't let Wu Yen get close to MT Penglai anymore, right? Who knew what Wu Yen would do? Even if Yonglin didn't take Wu Yen down last time, her favorability towards Wu Yen must have dropped to the negatives. That's why she chased Wu Yen out of Yonsei Pavilion in such a hurry. This time, why did he compromise without a second word? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yen as if she saw through Wu Yen's thoughts. Do you think that the princess would hide all the facts from me? At this point, Wu Yen understood. Kagaya of Penglai Mountain must have told Yonglin about Wu Yen and the system. And it was the kind that didn't leave out anything. This Kagaya. Wu Yen was dissatisfied. Speaking of such an important matter so carelessly, aren't you afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble? First of all, even if the unnecessary trouble comes, you forced her to do it. You are also the one who forced it on the princess. Yonglin said without changing her expression. Second, compared to the so-called unnecessary trouble, having that kind of relationship with you is the biggest trouble for the princess. With Yonglin Yatsuki's wisdom and the explanation of Mount Penglai, it was impossible for Yonglin Yatsuki to not think of anything. Yonglin sensed that after becoming Wu Yan's summon, Kagaya's peaceful life in Penglai Mountain is coming to an end. She's the worst. In the future, she might have to leave Fantasy Village. She would follow Wu Yen to another world. That was the biggest trouble. Yonglin didn't think so. Wu Yen would let Kagaya live a good life in another world. At least for now, it was impossible. It was more likely that she would be involved in some unnecessary disputes. Although Hui of Mount Penglai was an immortal from the moon and had taken the medicine of Mount Penglai, his immortality was superb, and no one should be able to kill Hui of Mount Penglai. But even something like the system, which even Yonglin couldn't understand, appeared. What else was impossible? In other words, Kagaya's life might be in danger if she went to another world. Yonglin is angry at Wu Yen for bringing about an uncertain future for Kagaya of Penglai Mountain. But she's also thinking about it. To Mount Penglai's Hui, perhaps this was also a chance to change his current situation and enter a new realm in life? In other words, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Yonglin chose to wait and see. Yonglin glanced at Alice, who had been silent all this while, and suddenly said, "This magician is also your summoner?" Summoner? Alice was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. Not now. Wu Yen smiled. Definitely in the future. Really? Yonglin narrowed her eyes and asked another question. Then what about Yakumo Yukari? Yukari? Wu Yen didn't expect Yatsuki to bring up Yukari, so he reacted a little slower. Did Yonglin already know about his relationship with Yukari? But regarding this part, even if it was the system, it wouldn't instill the relevant memories into Mount Penglai's Hui, right? How did Yonglin of the Eight Wills know? Looking at the surprised Wu Yen, Yonglin seemed to have gotten her answer. She laughed in a very joyful manner. I see. Even that guy couldn't resist becoming your summoner. Then, it's not that hard for me to accept that I can't stop you from doing what you want to the princess. Hearing this, Wu Yen understood the situation. Yonglin was just trying to get information from him. After getting confirmation, she felt better from Yukari. Yonglin was still upset that she couldn't stop Kagaya from becoming Wu Yan's summoner. She only accepted it after knowing that Yukari couldn't do anything about the system. However, Yonglin didn't know that. Back then, Yukari couldn't resist the system and refused to become Wu Yan's summon. She used her realm power to slow down her condition, allowing her to stay in Silveria for a long time even though she can only summon for a short period of time. This was something that Yonglin definitely couldn't do. Yonglin wasn't as powerful as Yukari. In terms of strength, Yonglin was about the same as Yukari. However, Yukari's ability was special. That was why she could resist the system a little. From this, it could be seen how powerful the power of one's cultivation level was. I just want to tell you something. Yonglin stopped smiling and looked at Wu Yen. Yonglin stood in the corridor and looked at Wu Yen. Don't let the princess get hurt. Leaving this sentence, Yonglin turned around and returned to the parlor without looking back. Wu Yen shrugged. Alice seemed like she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She asked Wu Yan when she saw Yonglin's disappearing figure. "What is a summoner?" This was definitely not the only question that Alice wanted to ask. Judging from the conversation between Wu Yan and Yonglin, the two of them must be talking about something that Alice couldn't understand. However, Alice wasn't in a position to get to the bottom of everything. She only asked this question that was slightly related to her. Wu Yan didn't want to hide it from Alice, but he didn't explain it immediately. "Well, it's a little troublesome to explain. I'll tell you later. Let's go and see the princess." Alice pondered for a bit before nodding. Under Wu Yan's lead, they walked up the wooden corridor of the Forever Pavilion and headed towards the other end of the corridor. After a while, they came to a room. When they were about to knock on the door, a familiar and pleasant voice came from inside. "Come in." It was the voice of Mount Penglai. Wu Yan heard this voice a few days ago. Alice, who had attended the exhibition held by the Yonglin Pavilion, also recognized this voice. They looked at each other. Wu Yan opened the door and walked into the room. Chapter 1840. Compared to the first time they met, this time, the situation in Mount Penglai's room was a bit different. The boxes filled with game discs and mangas all over the ground disappeared. No one knew where they were taken by Mount Penglai Kagaya, leaving the retro-style tatami completely exposed to the air. The room also seemed to have been specially tidied up. Compared to the first time, it was a lot cleaner and didn't feel sloppy. In addition, there was a stove next to it that was releasing some kind of fragrance. The whole atmosphere was already comparable to the ancient Japanese aristocrats' living quarters. If, ignoring the computer that was sitting in the corner of the room, the screen was still on, showing an interface of an unknown game. Sitting on the side of the stove, Mount Penglai was still wearing the pink top and white bottom. The sleeves were extremely long, like a kimono. Holding a teapot in his hand, he poured coarse tea into the 2 teacups in front of him with an elegant smile on his face. Instead of saying it was an elegant smile, it was more like an extremely playful, extremely cunning, like a cat catching a mouse, full of teasing, very black-bellied smile. With such a smile, Mount Penglai pushed the tea in front of him in front of Wu Yan and Alice, who were sitting opposite him, and said softly, "Have tea." Wu Yan and Alice, who were a little uncomfortable by Mount Penglai's cat-and-mouse expression, nodded at the same time, stretched out their hands, picked up the teacups, and sipped the hot tea. Until this moment, the scene was quite normal, and the atmosphere was quite good. It was like an ordinary hospitality scene. It couldn't be said to be harmonious and friendly, but it was going smoothly. But the facts proved that. Mount Penglai was not as dignified and serious as he looked on the surface. After his eyes wandered back and forth between Wu Yan and Alice's faces. Covering his mouth, he chuckled. "Are the two of you here to send me the wedding invitation?" Pfft. Unsurprisingly, this sudden speech made Wu Yan and Alice stare at each other at the same time. They spat out all the hot tea in their mouths and sprayed it toward Huey of Penglai Mountain. Era. Mount Penglai's Huey seemed to have expected this reaction. He nimbly dodged to the side, allowing the 2 mouthfuls of hot tea to graze his body as he landed on the tatami not far away. Without waiting for Wu Yan and Alice to say anything, Mount Penglai's Huey was the first to complain. "Don't dirty other people's rooms, okay? Can you not speak so carelessly?" Alice raised her voice, unwilling to be outdone. "What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? I knew it. You can't be so honest." Wu Yan picked up the handkerchief on the side, wiped his mouth, and rolled his eyes. "How on earth did you think of that?" "Intuition," Mount Penglai Huey said with a smile. "A young girl's intuition, that's a pretty good ability." Wu Yan smiled a few times. "Then did your young girl's intuition tell you that it's best not to speak carelessly about things that don't need to be said?" The things that don't need to be said that Wu Yan was talking about were naturally related to the system. That wasn't something that could be casually brought up and talked about. Don't look at how Wu Yan usually didn't seem to care much about it and even said that many people knew about it. But of those who knew about the system, which one of them didn't eventually become his summons? Basically, except for his own summons or those who would be his summons in the future, Wu Yan wouldn't casually talk about the system. If something went wrong, it would attract a lot of people who coveted the system. They wanted to slice Wu Yan and the girls who summoned him into pieces for research. So, the system's matter could be big or small. I'm not talking carelessly, I've only told Yonglin. Mount Penglai Hui retorted slightly and looked at Wu Yan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Or, are you trying to tell me that Yonglin is not trustworthy? Wu Yan really wanted to say that, even if he knew that it was just a joke. Just like how Yonglin spoiled Mount Penglai Hui excessively, Mount Penglai Hui trusted Yonglin. It was also more than everyone he knew for thousands of years. For Mount Penglai Hui in his life, there was absolutely no one who was more trustworthy than Yonglin, even if she became Wu Yan's summon. That was to say, compared to Yonglin, Mount Penglai Hui's trust, Wu Yan couldn't even match it. If it wasn't for the system and the summon, Mount Penglai Hui wouldn't even know if she would keep Wu Yan in her heart. Don't look at Mount Penglai Hui's black-bellied appearance. No matter what, Mount Penglai Hui was once the moon's princess and the rumored bamboo Takemi. She conquered an era with her beauty alone, so it was impossible for her to casually trust a person. Otherwise, a few days ago, Wu Yan wouldn't have needed to turn Mount Penglai Hui into his summon to gain a trace of Mount Penglai Hui's trust and let her give him a drop of blood. Although that demon sage in your family is also very powerful, my Yonglin is not weak either. Mount Penglai Hui held her cheek and sighed. If Yonglin wasn't here, I don't know if I would be bullied by you in the future. Bully you? I'll be thankful if you don't bully me, you black-bellied guy. Wu Yan resisted the urge to push Mount Penglai Hui down and spank her butt. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Are you trying to say that no matter what, Yonglin will be by your side? If possible, I would like to do so. Mount Penglai Hui finally became serious and looked at Wu Yan seriously. No matter what, I hope that Yonglin can be by my side, even if it means going to another world. Indeed, Mount Penglai Hui and Yonglin were already inseparable from each other in the true sense. The relationship between the two was not like Wu Yan and Mount Penglai Hui, where their lives were intertwined and they would never leave each other. It was similar to a life community, where they both needed and desired each other. Mount Penglai Hui said this so solemnly because she wanted to express her determination to Wu Yan. Needless to say, Mount Penglai Hui wanted to tell Wu Yan that she wouldn't object to leaving Fantasy Village and leaving this world with Wu Yan, but Yonglin must be by his side. Wu Yan didn't know if Mount Penglai Hui had already colluded with Yonglin, but compared to this, he was more willing to believe that this was something that Mount Penglai Hui and Yonglin didn't mention but had already decided on. Wu Yan couldn't find a reason to object to this. For the time being, maybe we can't. Wu Yan said in distress. After all, Yonglin's value is not low. Yonglin was a demigod powerhouse, on the same level as Yukari. When he summoned Yukari, Wu Yan used a total of 1 million summoning points to summon her. Yonglin's value was definitely not lower than that. Now, Wu Yan only had a little more than 10,000 summoning points left. How could he summon Yonglin? Mount Penglai Hui seemed to understand and didn't show any obvious intention. She smiled faintly. I didn't say we have to do it now. I'm just telling you not to forget about Yonglin. After saying that, Mount Penglai Hui glanced at Alice, who was silently listening to the two people talking, and asked curiously, "Are you also his summoner?" Alice was silent for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know what you mean by summoning." "I see." Mount Penglai Hui suddenly understood and looked at Wu Yan with disdain. "In other words, you're going to abandon her after you've slept with her? Are all moon people so good at jumping around in the form of backflips?" Wu Yan touched his forehead helplessly. "I'm just adjusting my mood temporarily. I'll explain it to Alice sooner or later." Mount Penglai Hui smiled again, but this time, her smile was more or less cold. To her, you're going to talk about your feelings first and then explain later. To me, you're going to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket later? Wu Yan almost choked. Alice didn't know what Mount Penglai Hui was talking about, but she could tell what he meant. She looked at Wu Yan with a slightly cold gaze. "Ah." Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. "I brought Alice here to play a game with you. Come, let's play a game." Mount Penglai Huey snorted but didn't object. He stood up and went to prepare the game console. Alice didn't say anything else. She sighed and followed Mount Penglai Huey with Wu Yen. Chapter 1841. For the whole day, Wu Yen, Alice, and Huey of Penglai Mountain had been hiding in the room and playing games. They were having so much fun that they completely forgot about the time. They didn't even eat lunch or dinner. After all, Huey of Penglai Mountain had the glorious title of Princess Neat. It should be said that she lived up to this title. Throughout the day, Huey of Penglai Mountain showed enthusiasm that she didn't show during their 2 meetings. Not only did she no longer maintain her dignified, elegant, and even black-bellied personality, but she was also immersed in the game. It was hard to imagine that such a person was actually a princess who had lived for thousands of years, or Princess Huey who once conquered an era with her beauty. However, it wasn't without reason. That's right, Huey of Penglai Mountain was indeed a homebody. She was very homebody and liked to play games very much. However, in the past, Huey of Penglai Mountain could only stay in the room and play games alone. It was rare for someone to play with her, so how could she not enjoy herself? Wu Yen, on the other hand, is having even more fun. Thinking back to the past, Wu Yen was also a homebody. Although he wasn't as homebody as Huey of Penglai Mountain, he still liked to play games. Ever since he obtained the Soul Fusion system and came to the Spalier world, Wu Yen had never played games again. Instead, he ran around the Spalier world and each dungeon world to improve his strength. Of course, there were many dungeon worlds that also had games. In fact, the theme of Sword and Saber Dominion world was games. However, Wu Yen had only lived in Sao for 3 years. He had played games before. Since then, he had never played games again. Under such circumstances, how could he not have a good time? Therefore, for the whole day, Wu Yen and Huey of Penglai Mountain were an unprecedented combination. They were immersed in the game. They couldn't extricate themselves. As for Alice, she was a little conflicted. Unlike Wu Yen and Huey of Penglai Mountain, who had not played games for a long time, Alice had been playing games since she was born. Until now, he hadn't played any games at all. At the end of the day, Alice was originally a monster who had cultivated from a human to become a magician. In the era when Alice was still a human, games were not popular at all. After becoming a magician, she came to the fantasy village and had no chance to come into contact with modern technology and games. Therefore, during the whole process, only Alice looked very uncomfortable, unable to keep up with Wu Yen and Mount Penglai's enthusiasm. Many times, Alice wanted to stay out of it and silently watch Wu Yen and Penglai Mountain Huey play games, but she didn't know why. Every time Alice wanted to quietly withdraw, Wu Yen could keenly feel it and pull her back. This also made Alice understand that Wu Yen was not really completely immersed in the game at all. At least, he definitely diverted a little attention to pay attention to her. It was also because of this that Alice could only be very conflicted. She was very unaccustomed to and played all kinds of games with Wu Yen and Mount Penglai Mountain Huey crazily. Gradually, she got a little better and evolved from a rookie to a newbie. Unfortunately, no matter how enthusiastic Wu Yen and Mount Penglai Mountain Huey were in the game, no matter how fast Alice gradually got used to it, time would still quietly pass by. Unknowingly, the sky was dark. Under the 8 Wu Yonglin's reprimand, everyone could only regretfully leave. Then, standing in the courtyard of Forever Pavilion, Wu Yen took Alice's hand and waved to the Bell Fairy in the corridor. "We'll leave here." "Yes." The Bell Fairy bowed with an embarrassed face. "I'm so sorry." The princess refused to end the game and came out of her room. "Master is teaching the princess a lesson and can't come out to see us off." "Well, I don't mind. I had a lot of fun today." Wu Yen shrugged. "So, that's all for now. I'll disturb you next time." "Sorry to disturb you." Alice nodded slightly and said goodbye. Under the gaze of the Bell Fairy, the two walked out of Forever Pavilion hand in hand. They also walked out of the mountain path and walked into the misty lost bamboo forest. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. In the lost bamboo forest, there seemed to be no birds, beasts, or insects. The surroundings were pitch black, and even the green bamboo trees seemed to be dyed with a layer of pitch black color. The entire scene gave people a strange feeling of horror. Walking in this bamboo forest where monsters could jump out at any time, Alice stared at the back of Wu Yan, who was holding her hand and walking in front of her in silence. At this moment, there was only one emotion in Alice's heart. That is, confusion. She is puzzled by Wu Yan's actions for the entire day. For the whole day, Wu Yan seemed to have gone to the Boli shrine to apologize to Ling Meng. Then, he came to Forever Pavilion and said a lot of things that Alice didn't understand. Then he said a lot of things that Alice also didn't understand. Then he played the game until now and did a lot of things. However, there was one thing in common among these things. That is, Wu Yan has always allowed Alice to stay by his side. He didn't even try to hide anything from her. However, based on Wu Yan's deep conversation with Yonglin and Kagaya, it seems like the three of them are talking about something that can't be known to anyone else. It's a very secretive matter, isn't it? For such a secret matter, why did Wu Yan insist on bringing her along? In addition, Alice could see that today's itinerary basically had nothing to do with her. Why did Wu Yan want to bring her along? Her existence was not only unnecessary, but also redundant, wasn't it? With such confusion in her heart, Alice couldn't help but ask at a certain moment, "Why do you want to bring me along?" This was the most confusing thing for Alice. It was more confusing than the summoning figure. Alice's intuition told her that compared to the summoning figure, this was the most important thing to solve in today's itinerary. In response, Wu Yan didn't look back and didn't stop at all. Only his voice slowly drilled into Alice's ears. "If I say that I just want to play with you, would you believe me?" "Just want to play with me?" Alice paused for a moment. Putting aside the question of whether she believed it or not, first of all, this answer was already beyond Alice's expectations. Alice thought of all kinds of reasons why Wu Yan would bring her along. For example, when they were at the Bori shrine, Wu Yan wanted her to plead for him to come to the Forever Pavilion. It was also related to the summoning figure. After all, even if Alice didn't know what was going on, it didn't mean that she didn't hear anything. Wu Yan said that in the future, he would definitely let Alice become the summoning figure. Therefore, Alice thought that Wu Yan brought her to the Forever Pavilion to talk about the summoning figure. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be such an answer? Would she believe it? Alice's first thought was naturally not to believe it. Is this necessary? Alice furrowed her brows. I'm not good at games, and I'm not good at communicating with people too intimately. If you want to play, compared to me, it should be more suitable to bring along Marissa or life-shooting Maru, right? However, Alice once again received an unexpected answer. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head when he said that. His tone was firm. No one is more suitable than you to come out and play. This. Alice was at a loss. What do you mean? Wu Yan finally stopped, turned around and faced Alice. He held Alice's other hand, and his wine-red eyes met Alice's eyes. I have no choice, seeing you stay at home depressed. I can't help but worry, but I know that words won't make you feel better, so I can only bring you out to play. Alice looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes, and listened to Wu Yan's seemingly affectionate words, while at the same time, she felt slightly unnatural, and at the same time, slightly nervous. I won't ask you to accept me immediately, and I won't ask you to return to your previous state immediately. Wu Yan closed the distance between them, reached out, and slowly hugged Alice's slender waist. But at least try to face all kinds of things with me. Alice leaned on Wu Yan's chest, her eyes flickered, and then she closed her eyes. Only Alice knew that her heart wasn't calm at all. Chapter 1842. Phew! On the way back to the Red Fiend Mansion, Wu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of joy on his face, and his footsteps were also somewhat brisk. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Just now, Wu Yan sent Alice home. Compared to when she was still at home this morning, on the surface, Alice seemed to be as calm as ever, and her performance was as calm and indifferent as usual. However, Wu Yan, who had carefully observed Alice, saw a slight change. The brilliance in Alice's beautiful eyes was much brighter than when she was still making dolls at home in the morning. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but recall Alice's figure when he saw her at home this morning. How should he put it? She was as beautiful as ever. However, under this beauty, there was a hidden gloominess. She was like an old man in his twilight years, giving people a feeling that she had no vitality. When she returned home, Alice already had the feeling she had when she first met Wu Yan. If one had to describe it, it would be that the brilliance on Alice's body had slightly converged these days. It wasn't until just now that the sense of existence that belonged to Alice returned without a trace. Of course, it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that not a single detail is missing. Alice's heart is definitely no longer as calm as it used to be. At the very least, Wu Yan saw signs of Alice recovering. Come to think of it, from tomorrow onwards, Alice shouldn't hide at home and not go out anymore, right? I hope Alice can treat herself better. As soon as the sentence was said, Wu Yan laughed bitterly as if he had said something stupid. Because of the relationship between the two of them, there was indeed some kind of grudge in Alice's heart, causing her to be at a loss. This caused her to be somewhat closed off during this period of time, but it wasn't to the point of abusing herself. For him to say such a sentence, it could be said that he was overly worried. In any case, Alice wasn't a child. Although her appearance was similar to that of a 16 or 17-year-old beautiful girl, she had lived longer than ordinary humans. Although she was somewhat closed off due to her not being very open-minded, Alice was still very considerate and would never do anything stupid because of this. It's better that the current Alice is a little open-minded. At least I didn't drag her around today and play games for the whole day in vain. With such gratified words that only he could hear, the door of the Red Devil Mansion finally appeared in Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan pulled himself together and walked over. Creak! With such an extremely soft sound, Wu Yan slowly pushed the door in front of him, and peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall and looked around. However, just as Wu Yan peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall and before he could see the situation inside clearly, a loud noise suddenly struck and startled Wu Yan. After taking a closer look, Wu Yan realized that, at this moment, in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant, there were all kinds of demons in human form, beast form, unknown form, or half-human and half-beast form gathered in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant. They were holding wine cups and plates with dishes as they laughed and played. Long tables were set up all around, and plates of steaming hot dishes were placed on them. In addition, there were all kinds of wine and wine glasses for the demons who were laughing and playing in the hall to enjoy. Fairy maids in maid outfits were busy everywhere. Some were carrying dishes, some were cleaning up the leftover cutlery, and some were greeting the monsters. It was an extremely lively scene. In this extraordinarily lively scene, Remilia sat at the head of the round table on the platform, enjoying red wine with Patrice while chatting about something. The little devil was also on standby beside Patrice, sneaking food from time to time and looking very mischievous. As for Fran, she was running around in the crowd of monsters like a cheerful little bird. She was like a child visiting a temple fair. Sometimes she would talk to people casually, and sometimes she would climb onto the long table to eat. Her face was brimming with joy. But this wasn't strange. In the past, Fran had always been locked up in the basement and had never come out to participate in such a lively scene. Even though she had attended all sorts of events with Wu Yan in the Spalier world, she couldn't let loose and play freely. And now, in this lively scene, the happiest one was Fran, right? Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before scratching his cheek. Could it be that Remilia is holding a banquet again? Even though it was a question, Wu Yan's tone was full of certainty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain this scene. Just in time, I was worried that I would be in trouble if I came back too late. Wu Yan snuck into the living room and closed the door behind him. Then, as if he's trying to hide his presence, he walked towards the corridor. Let's take a longer detour and return to my room to sleep. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's idea was destined to fail. Hi, Summer. A helpless voice came from behind Wu Yan. What are you doing? Wu Yan, who was about to enter the corridor, froze. He laughed dryly and slowly turned around to look at Sakuya, who was standing there with a helpless expression on her face. Zui, Lord Bai. Zui looked at Wu Yen reproachfully. You came back a bit late. Before the banquet started, the young mistress and second young mistress were looking for you. Even Miss Patrice asked about your whereabouts. Many guests wanted to meet the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Where did you go? I was delayed by something. Wu Yen scratched his head in embarrassment. Since you planned to hold a banquet, you should have told me in advance. Wouldn't I have come back earlier? The young mistress decided to hold a banquet during dinner. Zui shook his head. In the past, the young mistress would hold a banquet on the same day and have the fairy maids invite guests. That's why she didn't have time to tell Lord Bai. Did you decide to do it at dinner? That should have only been 4 or 5 hours ago, right? However, there were at least 300 to 400 demons participating in the banquet. In just 4 or 5 hours, they were able to invite 300 or 400 guests to the banquet. Should I say, as expected of the Scarlet Devil Mansion? All right. Wu Yen could only sigh. It's my fault that I didn't make it in time. I'll be careful next time. Hearing this, Zuiye's face looked much better, and he reminded him. Right now, Lord Bai is a representative figure in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. In this kind of situation, the young mistress and second young mistress can't personally arrange the banquet. Miss Patrice also doesn't have the authority to order the fairy maids to do things. Only Lord Bai can come out and host. So, you have to be careful next time. I'll host. Wu Yen was startled. I don't have a problem with that. But even without me, didn't the banquet still succeed more than once? In the past, because the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't have a butler, I was the one to host the banquet. But it's different now. Zui said seriously. Right now, outsiders know that the Scarlet Devil Mansion has a butler in charge. Under such circumstances, if the banquet is hosted by a head maid, it's inevitable that people will gossip about it, especially Lord Bai. Indeed. There was clearly a butler present, but the banquet was arranged and hosted by a head maid. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little strange, right? Although there were too many heartless people and demons in Fantasy Village, it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. If it happened too many times, others would gossip. For example, the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't even have the ability to arrange and host banquets. For Remilia, who announced in front of all the demons that Wu Yen was the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it would be a huge loss of face. People would say that Remilia didn't have good eyesight. All right. I'll be careful next time. Wu Yen spread his hands. Then I won't be participating in this banquet. Zui, you can go and do your work first. I understand. Zui bowed slightly. Then Lord Bai, I'll go and do my work first. Zui disappeared on the spot after leaving that sentence. At the same time, on the platform, 2 intense gazes were cast on Wu Yen, attracting Wu Yan's gaze. In the next moment, Remilia's dissatisfied expression and Patrice's questioning gaze were seen by Wu Yen. Wu Yen made an apologetic gesture, causing Remilia to snort coldly. Only then did it pass. Chapter 1843. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Yay! Fran cheered and jumped onto the bed. She had a smile on her face that hadn't disappeared since the beginning. She twisted her body on the quilt. She looked really happy. Her wine-red eyes were curved into crescents. The banquet is so fun. Remilia's expression softened when she saw Flan's reaction. She felt like this banquet was worth it. However, she still looked at Wu Yen with a dissatisfied look. It would be even better if you weren't late. Didn't I already apologize? Wu Yen said helplessly. Besides, you didn't tell me beforehand. How would I know you were going to have a banquet? Well, it's your fault. Remilia said stubbornly. Who told you to go out all day? Can't you just stay at home? Home. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile. Well, I have all kinds of things to do. Don't throw a tantrum. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Big brother, big sister, stop arguing. Fran jumped up and muttered. Hurry up and sleep. Got it? Wu Yen and Remilia laughed at the same time as they walked up to her. At this point, Remilia didn't reject sleeping with Wu Yen, she's acting very naturally. And this also proved that Remilia was gradually getting used to having Wu Yen by her side. Onya-chan. Fran hugged Wu Yan's neck and she hugged him. Hurry up and help Fran change. Fran wants Big Brother to hug Fran to sleep. Okay. Wu Yen shook his head and pinched Fran's nose affectionately. He gently undid her clothes while she whined. Now, Fran would no longer be locked in the basement. However, in the eyes of everyone, Fran was still a child. They would definitely not allow Fran to run around as she pleased. So, Fran didn't go out often. Occasionally, Wu Yen or Remilia would take her out to play. However, whether she went out or not, Fran was still wearing the red and white gothic lowly outfit. Wu Yen, who was already very familiar with this outfit, took it off with ease. Remilia, who had seen this scene more than once, turned her head away. Although it wasn't as big of a reaction as the first time. She watched a man help her sister change clothes. That feeling was also very tangled. Wu Yen, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, smirked. What? Do you want Big Brother to help you change clothes? If it wasn't for the fact that your blood is higher than mine, I would have sucked all your blood dry. Remilia revealed her canine teeth. Like a cat with its hair standing on end, it bared its teeth and bared its teeth. I'm not a child. I don't need to help me change clothes. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yen replied half-heartedly. Then please hurry up and change clothes. It's time to sleep. Ugh. Remilia could only glare at Wu Yen. She picked up her pajamas and went to the bathroom to change clothes. She whispered softly as she walked. This bastard. He only knows how to dote on Fran. Not long after, Fran changed into pink pajamas. Remilia also walked out of the bathroom and changed into pure white pajamas. Fran looked at Wu Yen with a hopeful expression. Wu Yen chuckled and he picked her up before lying down. Remilia also laid down on the other side of Fran, resting her head on a pillow. Hee hee. Fran, who was sleeping between Wu Yen and Remilia, didn't immediately close her eyes to sleep. Instead, she kept laughing happily. What's wrong? Remilia asked in confusion. Why are you laughing? Why don't you sleep? Fran just wants to laugh. Fran said. Because Fran is very happy right now. Wu Yen and Remilia's hearts melted. They couldn't help but move closer to Fran. One patted her head while the other hugged her. Very happy right now? Who wouldn't be? Hey, big brother, big sister. Fran looked up. Stars seemed to be flashing in her eyes. She was extremely beautiful. Let's stay together forever and never separate, okay? This was Fran's most fundamental wish. Apart from this wish, Fran had no other requests. Remilia seemed to recall Fran's crazy appearance when she was mentally unstable and the lonely figure in the basement. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She hugged Fran tightly. Big sister will never leave you. Fran hugged Remilia tightly. She turned to look at Wu Yen expectantly. Wu Yen looked into Fran's eyes and he grinned as he uttered those words. Our lives have long been fused together. Neither of us can leave the other. Fran giggled. She hugged Wu Yen tightly and leaned her body against Wu Yen. She felt the familiar warmth of Wu Yan's body. She breathed in his scent and enjoyed the feeling of their lives fusing together. She curled up in Wu Yan's arms. After a while, Fran finally began to feel sleepy. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured in a low voice. Fran loves big brother and big sister the most. After that, Fran closed her eyes and fell asleep. Remilia wrapped her arms around Fran's body and looked at Fran's sleeping face reluctantly as she whispered into Fran's ear. Big sister also loves Fran the most. At this moment, Remilia's heart was filled with deep love and tenderness. Remilia would never forget the crazed look in Fran's eyes. She would never forget Fran's lonely figure. She would never forget Fran's words when she longed for freedom. She would never forget the various clashes between her and Fran. Now, the two sisters could finally admit that they were very happy. Remilia was very happy, very happy. She was happy that her sister was able to meet the man who brought her back from hell to heaven. In the future, Remilia only wanted her sister to stay in heaven forever. She wanted all the painful memories to turn into dust and disappear forever. Remilia looked in Wu Yan's direction. She saw that Wu Yan was also looking at her. Their gazes met. This time, Remilia didn't make any obvious reaction. She didn't look away either. She looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. After a long while, she said this. Although I don't know what kind of life-sharing contract you made with Fran, if possible, I hope to make the same contract with you. This was the first time Remilia expressed her inner thoughts without holding back. Not only for Fran's small wish, but for herself as well. Needless to say, Remilia wanted to make the same contract with Wu Yan to fulfill Fran's wish for the three of them to be together forever. If others knew that Remilia actually took the initiative to make a life-sharing contract, they would definitely be shocked. However, Wu Yan didn't. Because he also understood Remilia's feelings. I will. Wu Yan patted Remilia's head and responded to her wish with a powerful voice. I also hope to be with you forever. Remilia smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She slowly closed her eyes. Remilia believed that tonight would definitely be the most comfortable sleep she had in her 500 years of life. There was no other reason. It was just that Remilia's heart was telling her that she really didn't want anything else in this life. Just like that, the voices of the two young vampire ladies softened. Their breathing stabilized and they fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yan relaxed his movements. He laid down and hugged both Remilia and Flan. Then he closed his eyes. One after another, images of girls started appearing in his mind. They were the young ladies whose lives were intertwined with Wu Yan's. They were destined to never leave him. And now, apart from Alice and Patrice, there was another young lady in Wu Yan's embrace who made a life-sharing contract with him. Since he made a promise, Wu Yan would never go against it. Needless to say, Wu Yan didn't want to go against it. No matter if it was Alice, Patrice, or Remilia, Wu Yan would make them his summons and stay with him forever. Lowering his head, he looked at the two vampire girls beside him who are so exquisite they don't look like they belong in this world. They have angelic beauty in their sleep. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as the night deepened. Chapter 1844. The next day, with no sunlight shining in, no lights pouring down, no alarm clock ringing, and no one waking him up loudly, Wu Yan woke up. Next to him, Remilia and Fran hugged each other tightly. They were still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. Last night, although Wu Yan slept with Remilia and Fran at the same time, he only stayed in the room and did not participate in the banquet held in the Red Devil Mansion like Remilia and Fran. Remilia and Fran, one enjoyed a long time at the banquet, and the other played crazily for an entire night. Even if they were vampires, their physical strength was not as weak as that of ordinary people, and they were mentally exhausted. In addition, vampires were nocturnal creatures and could not adapt to daytime life, especially Remilia and Fran, whose bloodlines were not very high. Therefore, after sleeping for a while, they should not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Wu Yan yawned, pulled himself together, and straightened his body. He glanced at Remilia and Fran who were sleeping beside him. He first moved Fran's little feet away from his body, then helped the two little girls cover with the quilt, and then got up and put on his clothes. Originally, at this time, Wu Yan should go back to sleep. But today Wu Yan still had something to do. Therefore, at this time, even if he continued to sleep, it was impossible for him to sleep. He might as well get up and finish his work as soon as possible. Of course, it was still unknown whether or not this matter could be carried out smoothly. Today's Red Devil Mansion was a little quiet. There was no other way. After all, last night's banquet, the fairy maids were busy until the morning before they finished cleaning up the mess. The fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were ordinary. They all worked during the day and at night. But because the owner of the Red Devil Mansion was a vampire, there were more fairy maids working at night. And this phenomenon was even more obvious when the banquet was held. Once Remilia decided to hold the banquet. That day, many of the fairy maids working during the day in the Red Devil Mansion would be transferred to work at night. In order to cooperate with the banquet, the number of fairy maids working during the day was greatly reduced the next day. So today, the number of fairy maids working in the Red Devil Hall would be surprisingly small, no more than 10. And of course, among these fairy maids who were still working, there would definitely be a dutiful and perfect fairy maids. When Wu Yan entered the Scarlet Devil Mansion's main hall, he saw that the long table, dishes, cutlery and whatnot from last night had all been cleaned up. Just like before, nothing has changed. In such a vast and quiet hall, Bu Yi was wiping the round table on the platform with a rag alone. He didn't stop until he sensed someone approaching and looked over. Lord. After seeing the full appearance of the person who came, Zui Yi was startled for a moment and stood up in surprise. You're up. Even though they didn't spend a lot of time together, Sakuya had a rough idea of Wu Yan's daily routine. She also knows how lazy Wu Yan is in the morning and how much he likes to laze in bed. In the fairy maid's understanding, Wu Yan should have woken up in another 2 or 3 hours. But now he had woken up so early. It was no wonder that the fairy maids were surprised. I have something to do today, so I need to go out for a while. Wu Yan smiled at the fairy maids. So, I woke up a little earlier today. Are you going out again? The surprise on the fairy maid's face turned into helplessness. Then, Lord Bai, please come back early today. There might be a banquet tonight. A banquet? Wu Yan's face fell and he said angrily. We already had one yesterday. Do you plan to have one today? With young Miss Personality, it's not impossible. The fairy maids explained. It mainly depends on young Miss Mood. If young Miss wants to have a banquet, it's not strange to have one at any time. There have been times when young Miss was in a good mood. At that time, there were banquets for 7 days. 7 days? Wu Yan was speechless. Banquets every day. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is really rich. To be honest, Wu Yan still didn't know where the Scarlet Devil Mansion's money came from. The fairy maids who worked in the Scarlet Devil Mansion all had their own wages. Although Hong Meiling's wages had been deducted by the fairy maids, she was still paid. Only the fairy maids didn't receive a salary. This was because Remilia had already handed over the management of the finances to Jin Yi. Moreover, if Jin Yi wanted to take from it, it didn't matter how much he took. But where did all this money come from? Remilia and Fran were the type who spent money and didn't work. Patrice and Imp were hiding in the underground library all day. They didn't receive a salary nor did they go out to work. Apart from these 4 and the fairy maids, the rest were all paid by the Scarlet Devil Mansion. If that's the case, it's no wonder Wu Yan is wondering where the Red Devil Dojo got the money to pay their employees. Also, where did the Red Devil Dojo get the money to support its operations? They even held banquets from time to time. If there was a chance, he must ask Remilia about it. After making up his mind, Wu Yan found a seat and sat down. I'll go make breakfast for Lord Bai. The fairy maids immediately said after seeing Wu Yan sit down. Please wait a moment, Lord Bai. Just as the fairy maids wanted to use his ability to stop time, Wu Yan spoke up. No need. Wu Yan looked at the fairy maids and frowned. You must have been busy from last night's banquet to the end, right? Yes. The fairy maids tilted his head and asked suspiciously. Is there a problem? There is a big problem. Wu Yan's frown deepened. Since you've been busy for so long, aren't you tired? One must know that the fairy maids of the Scarlet Devil Mansion were busy until dawn to clean up the mess and go back to rest. The fairy maids must be the same. But even so, Zui Yi still had to start work so early. This burden was not ordinary. Actually, Wu Yan wanted to say it a long time ago. Sakuya, it seems like I can see you working whether it's day or night. Wu Yan looked at Sakuya with a serious look in his eyes. Do you really have a good rest? The fairy maids hesitated as if he didn't know if he should tell the truth. But after seeing the serious expression in Wu Yan's eyes, the fairy maids knew that if he concealed the truth, Wu Yan would be angry. So, the fairy maids hesitated and answered truthfully. When I rest, I usually use time stop before I start to rest. Use time stop to rest. Wu Yan said with a faint smile. In other words, you're still using your ability when you're sleeping? The fairy maids nodded nervously, which made Wu Yan stare at him. How can that be considered rest? When people sleep, they will enter a state of deep sleep. This is the best way to keep the body in good condition. The fairy maids said that he had been using time stop when he was sleeping. However, when he entered a state of deep sleep, it would be like relaxing the body and the ability would be unconsciously removed. In other words, the fairy maids could only sleep lightly when they slept. In that case, could it be considered a good rest? Even if he could, he would accumulate some invisible fatigue that he couldn't feel. One day, it would erupt all at once and crush his body. Wu Yan said reproachfully. What do you want me to say about you? I can do it. The fairy maids hurriedly said. Although I've always been in a light sleep, at least I can still subconsciously use my ability, but the fairy maids rest for a longer time when time stop, using a long sleep to make up for it? Wu Yan couldn't get over it. But you don't have to do this, right? Can't you take a good rest? Sui Yi began to falter, and his voice became lower. Without the fairy maids, a lot of work in the Red Devil Hall will be delayed. Work is work. Rest is rest. Wu Yan raised his voice. No matter how busy you are with work, you can't always be like this. Why don't you take a good rest? But, no buts. Seeing that the fairy maids didn't seem to want to listen, Wu Yan warned him. I didn't ask you to put down your work and rest every day, but at least you have to take a good rest every once in a while. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. Looking at Wu Yan's indisputable look, the fairy maids could only nod with a rare grievance. Chapter 1845. In the sky, a stream of light quickly flew past, like a fleeting meteor, with a long light tail, flying in another direction at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. The direction this stream of light flew was the opposite side of the monster mountain, which was the opposite direction of the monster mountain, as if it was flying towards the depths of the fantasy town. In fact, the fantasy town did not cover a large area, so the mountain that people and monsters talked about referred to the monster mountain, because this was the only famous mountain in the fantasy town. The forest referred to the magic forest, the bamboo forest referred to the lost bamboo forest, and the village referred to the human world. Flying at such a high speed in the fantasy town, which did not cover a large area, it would not take long for it to reach the border of the fantasy town, which was the location of the Boli Great Barrier. With the speed of the stream of light, it should not take long for it to reach the Boli Great Barrier. However, when the stream of light was about to reach the Boli Great Barrier, it was very close to the edge of the Boli Great Barrier. The speed of the stream of light began to slow down slowly. If one observed carefully, they would find that when the stream of light slowed down, it happened to be when an endless, dazzling, orange-yellow grassland appeared in front of the stream of light. It was obviously a grassland, but the color of this grassland was an incredible orange-yellow. And that orange-yellow color was actually a field of sunflowers that grew on the grassland, almost taller than a person. It was because of this field of sunflowers. Looking down from the sky of the fantasy town, this grassland was a golden orange-yellow color. Moreover, the color was very dazzling, and one could tell at a glance that these sunflowers were. They were really good-looking. This field of sunflowers. It was called the sunflower field. Originally, sunflowers were a kind of flower that would rotate with the movement of the sun, also known as the sunflower field, and this field of sunflowers was called the sunflower field. It could be said that he lived up to his name. This sunflower field was located to the south of Fantasy Village. It was a bowl-shaped field, so it was difficult to see it from a distance. It was quite far from the human realm, so not many people would come here. It could even be said that no one would come here. However, this vast and well-grown sunflower field was very beautiful. As a result, although not many people came here, there were quite a few people who knew of its existence. It was definitely worth a look. Of course, the reason why fewer people came to the sunflower field was not only because it was a little far from the human world, but more importantly, it was said that at night, this place would become a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. If he were to join them, he would be surrounded by a large number of monsters. Who knew when he would be eaten by one of the monsters? During the day, the sunflower field wasn't safe either. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all very ordinary sunflowers. Although they looked good, none of them had the tendency to turn into monsters. Therefore, during the day, this was also a good place for many monsters to play hide and seek. If he came here during the day, not only would he be teased by many monsters, but he might also be dragged out until night and not be able to walk out of the sunflower field. At that time, he would also be surrounded by many monsters and become the monster's food. In general, this was a rather dangerous place, at least for humans who had no strength to truss a chicken. Only the body of the streamer that flew over knew that the rumors about the sunflower field were somewhat wrong. In fact, this sunflower field wasn't as lively as the rumors said. It wasn't as lively as a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. During the day, there were almost no fairies who would simply come here to play games. Because this seemingly extremely dazzling sunflower field was the territory of a certain monster. As long as one knew the true identity of a certain monster, one could not help but be afraid of it. Including the former monster sage Yakumo Yukari and the brain of the moon, Yakumo Yonglin. It was unknown if it was fearful of this extremely powerful monster, but the speed of the flowing light gradually decreased. When it arrived at the edge of the sunflower field, it made a turn and fell down, smashing heavily into the ground. Pang! In the dull sound of impact, smoke and dust filled the air, shrouding the place where the streamer hit. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust that filled the air and slowly walked out, exposing itself to the air and sunlight. Cough cough. Choked by the smoke and dust, Wu Yen coughed twice and waved his hand with a look of disdain. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have landed and directly entered the sunflower field. This sentence was just casually said by Wu Yen. After all, the monster that occupied the sunflower field as its territory really couldn't be rude. If he flew in casually, he was afraid that he would accidentally anger the monster. By then, not to mention whether he could achieve his goal of coming here, the monster might even kill Wu Yen directly. Although Wu Yen was a true ancestor and theoretically an existence that couldn't die, the monster in the sunflower field wasn't someone to be trifled with. It wouldn't be surprising if the monster had some means to kill undead creatures. It wasn't that Wu Yen was afraid of the monster, but he was really afraid of the monster's existence. If possible, he really didn't want to have a conflict with the monster over some trivial matters. Lifting his head and looking at the endless sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yen was amazed by the beautiful scenery, but at the same time he was secretly speechless. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all ordinary sunflowers, there was no doubt about that. However, Wu Yen acutely felt an extremely majestic aura from the vast sunflower field in front of him. It was the demonic aura that belonged to a monster. The sunflowers in this extremely ordinary sunflower field all carried the same type of demonic aura. What did this prove? It proved that although these sunflowers were ordinary sunflowers, their owner had used some means on them to turn them into sentinels. In other words, Wu Yen was now facing a large number of cameras that couldn't be counted no matter how hard he tried. The owner of the sunflower field was definitely using these cameras to observe every visitor that came. It's really a big deal. Wu Yen collected his emotions and muttered to himself. Today, Wu Yen came to the sunflower field mainly to meet the owner of the sunflower field. However, the owner of the sunflower field not only had amazing strength, but also had an unpredictable personality. She could turn hostile at any time. If he just barged in, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wu Yen chose the most conservative way to meet her. I know, you must have noticed my arrival. Looking at the golden sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yen spoke loudly. Can you come out and meet me? The Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, delicate fragrance in the wind. When the words delicate fragrance in the wind were spoken, the demonic aura attached to every sunflower in the sunflower field fluctuated slightly. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, becoming heavier than a rock, but then it loosened and returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Of course, Wu Yen noticed this change as well. However, even though he noticed it, Wu Yen didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the center of the sunflower field. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sunflowers in the sunflower field swayed slightly. There was no wind blowing in the sunflower field, but the sunflowers in the sunflower field moved by themselves, twisting their roots as if they were worshipping something, lowering the big flower head. Not long after, another rustling sound came from the center of the sunflower field as if it was welcoming a king. That was the sound of something stepping on the flowers. Footsteps. As the footsteps approached, Wu Yan clearly felt a very terrifying aura slowly rising. Even the ground seemed to be trembling slowly. Coupled with the footsteps, it was like a scene when a dinosaur or a giant was about to appear. It made people's heart tighten. Wu Yan was also nervous, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the sunflower field. Unlike the gradually rising aura, he restrained his own aura. In the midst of this farce, the owner of the footsteps seemed to have lost his patience and appeared from the sunflower field. Chapter 1846. Amidst the flourishing sunflowers, the young lady was like a noble lady on a field trip. She walked steadily and appeared under the sunlight amidst the clear sounds of her footsteps. That was a girl who couldn't be ignored from all aspects. The young girl had the same color as the grassland, emerald green shoulder-length hair that was full of vitality. Her short hair was not soft, but slightly curled. As the young girl walked, it swayed with the wind, flashing a dazzling arc under the sunlight. The girl's figure was very tall, not to be outdone by Yukari and Yonglin. She was considered to be one of the taller girls of the opposite sex that Wu Yan had seen so far. She wore a red and dark red checkered waistcoat and a knee-length skirt of the same color. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt under the waistcoat. She looked very energetic when matched with the checkered waistcoat and skirt. This young girl, who seemed to be full of vitality from all aspects, had an indifferent and strong feeling on her delicate and pretty face, as if she did not care about anything. She held a flower-like parasol in her hand, and with extremely elegant movements, she slowly walked out of the sunflower field. As the girl appeared under the bright sunlight, she was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. An indescribable pressure also came head-on like a tide, making the sunflowers around the sunflower field lower their heads even more, as if they were afraid of angering the girl. It was very human-like. However, Wu Yan didn't have the time to care about the human-like behavior of a bunch of normal sunflowers. He didn't even have the time to marvel at them. His gaze was completely taken away by the girl in front of him. This was not only because the girl had a top-notch beauty, but also because the other party's red eyes seemed to be inadvertently fixed on Wu Yan. It made Wu Yan's instinct to danger began to ring like an alarm bell. Intuition told Wu Yan. The girl in front of him definitely had a powerful strength that didn't match her beautiful appearance. In fact, there was no need for Wu Yan's intuition to tell him this. The pressure that surged all over the sky already told everyone who could see this scene that the girl in front of him. Just how extraordinary was he? And from the system's feedback, the information about the girl. It also clearly proved this point. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi, level 97. Level 97. Other than the guardian tree that Wu Yan had seen on the Emperor Island in the Spalier world, this was the guardian tree. The highest level existence. However, Wu Yan was not surprised at all. This was because Wu Yan clearly knew the identity of the young lady before him. The Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, Delicate Fragrance of the Wind. One had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village. It was a monster that had lived for an unknown number of years. Her original form was a flower spirit. Compared to Yakumo Z, who was the only flower spirit in the entire race, she could be said to be the lowest level flower spirit. Her abilities were also very ordinary. She could only control the growth and movement of flowers. Rather than saying that this ability was ordinary, it would be better to say that it was weak. However, that high level 97 clearly told everyone that as a flower spirit that was supposed to be the lowest level and had the weakest ability, it did not mean that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a weakling. The Flower Lord of Four Seasons? A monster that had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village and had lived for an unknown number of years? Perhaps there weren't many people who could understand just how powerful Delicate Fragrance Kazakami was when these titles were revealed. Then, if he put it another way, it would be much easier to understand. The strongest existence in the fantasy village. If he did not include Ling Meng, who was considered outside of the standard in the fantasy village, in terms of strength and level, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was stronger than Yakumo Z and Yakumo Yonglin. She was truly the strongest flower queen in the fantasy village. There was no doubt. Now, this publicly recognized strongest existence in the fantasy village was standing in an ordinary flower field. She held a parasol in her hand and looked at Wu Yen face to face. Her red eyes flashed with an indescribable light. However, this light gradually dimmed after sensing Wu Yen, who was standing outside the sunflower field. There was even a trace of dissatisfaction. In the next moment, a clear and cold voice came from the mouth of the strongest existence in the fantasy village, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian. She gently echoed, "You are very boring." This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's impression of Wu Yen when she first met Wu Yen. It was because Delicate Fragrance Kazumi had deliberately used her powerful aura to suppress Wu Yen. Not only did Wu Yen not counterattack, but he also restrained his aura and did not collide with Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a very self-centered existence. Basically, other than paying attention to flowers, she was very indifferent to other things. In addition to flowers, the thing that could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest the most was fighting. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a battle maniac through and through. In this way, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi naturally felt bored that the other party did not resist her provocation. This was also one of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's shortcomings. No matter who it was, even if it was the first time they met, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would want to test the other party to see how strong they were. If they were strong enough, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would excitedly fight with the other party. If they were too weak, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi wouldn't even look at the other party. It was precisely because she wanted to know if Wu Yen was strong enough to arouse her interest that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi released such a powerful aura as soon as she appeared. She tried to suppress Wu Yen and make Wu Yen resist. Unsurprisingly, this was definitely not a wise move. She deliberately provoked the person she met for the first time. It was conceivable that other people's impression of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would definitely not be good. But Delicate Fragrance Kazumi didn't care at all. For Delicate Fragrance Kazumi, it didn't matter whether the relationship was good or not. She didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone or even communicate with them. She only cared about whether the other party could fight with her. If not, it was better to simply admire the flowers than to make friends. This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. It was because he clearly knew this that Wu Yen temporarily avoided Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation and collided with her. After all, outside of the collision, his strength would be roughly seen by Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. If he could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would fight with him without saying a word. If he couldn't arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, then Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would leave without saying a word. In that case, wouldn't there be no way to talk? That's why Wu Yen used this method to prevent Yukari Fujimi from determining his strength. That way, before she can determine his strength, Yukari Fujimi wouldn't attack him recklessly or run away. That way, they would have a chance to talk. Therefore, Wu Yan's face showed a smile as if he had everything under control and said such a sentence. "I don't mind accompanying you to do those things that you think are interesting, but I came to you for some things that you think are quite boring. In that case, why don't you accompany me to talk about these boring things first, then do those things that you think are interesting? How about it?" Getting a chance to talk didn't mean that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was willing to talk to Wu Yen. Next, if he couldn't arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, he was afraid that she would leave without saying a word. Therefore, since the purpose of letting Delicate Fragrance Kazumi talk to him had been achieved, in order to arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest in him and not to leave by herself, Wu Yen didn't need to hide anymore. Buzz. In the next moment, a rich scarlet light burst out from Wu Yan's body with a suffocating blood aura. In the rich scarlet light, Wu Yan's deep black short hair gradually elongated until it reached his waist. It dyed golden at a speed visible to the naked eye, mixed with a trace of blood mist, floating in the air. At the same time, Wu Yan's pair of wine-red pupils also turned into a gem-like purple. A burst of storm-like pressure like a volcanic eruption emerged crazily and instantly shrouded the whole place. The third red jade mode, Yakumo violet mode, was fully activated. The violent pressure pressed down without warning, making delicate fragrance Kazumi's shoulders sink, but her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1847. Fujimi fragrance was indeed very strong, so strong that even Yukari, who had the ability to create and destroy everything, could not guarantee that she could defeat her. Yukari even admitted that if she were to fight Fujimi fragrance head-on, she would most likely lose. But that was the old Yukari. After her experience in Silveria, thanks to the miraculous pond water that could transform people, Violet's strength didn't increase by a lot. She even went from level 95 to level 96. In the demigod rank, the difference between each small level was huge. After reaching level 96, Yukari's level was only one level away from Yukari Fujimi. Coupled with Yukari Fujimi's terrifying realm manipulation ability, if Yukari Fujimi and Yukari Fujimi were to fight, then Yukari Fujimi would have a 50% chance of winning. In other words, Yukari also had the ability to compete for the position of the strongest in Fantasy Village. Wu Yan's red jade mode allowed him to have all the power of the owner of the drop of blood, including level, ability, and all kinds of means. Even if this person's level increased and their ability developed, it would still be the same. In other words, after entering Yukari's red jade mode, Wu Yan's power had increased to the point where he could compete with Fujimi fragrance. Fujimi fragrance could not have missed this point. At least, when Wu Yan used Yukari's third, red jade mode, Fujimi fragrance could not have missed it. Fujimi fragrance's spirit was shaken, her eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism. Strong. So strong. Wu Yan, who entered Yukari's red jade mode, could not help but think that he was really strong. The thick scarlet light and blood mist on his body slowly dissipated. Wu Yan clenched his hand, feeling the power that belonged to Yukari that had not emerged in a long time, the corner of his mouth raised in a confident arc. He looked up and saw Fujimi fragrance standing in the middle of the sunflower field, looking at him with excitement. Wu Yan turned his attention to the guy. I don't know. If this is the case, can I make you feel a little more interesting? Fujimi fragrance did not answer, but the surging fighting spirit in her eyes and smiling very happily already told Wu Yan the answer. The aura on your body is very familiar. The facts proved. Wu Yan's plan worked very well. Fujimi fragrance was already interested in him. Moreover, he didn't rush over to fight with him right away. Instead, he suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart. She looked at Wu Yan. I seem to have sensed the same aura as you on someone else's body. Furthermore, your aura has changed a lot compared to before. When she said this, Feng Jian Yuxiang's tone was very hasty. Obviously, she had already guessed who the others she was talking about was. Wu Yan didn't point it out, he just nodded. You can call me to the clouds. Cloud? Fujimi fragrance squinted her eyes. So that's how it is. Although I don't know why you have the same aura as her and why it has changed so much, it doesn't matter as long as you are strong enough. It is indeed as you said, let's put the interesting things aside first. Fujimi fragrance's expression returned to the initial indifference, gently glancing at Wu Yan. Why are you looking for me? It's very simple. Wu Yan didn't beat around the bush. If he beat around the bush, he might attract the disgust of someone like Yuka Fujimi who does things her own way. Thus, he directly stated his purpose. I want a drop of your blood. As a flower demon that was supposed to be the lowest level and did not have the ability to compete with Yukari, how did Fujimi fragrance sit in the position of the strongest in Fantasy Town? The reason was very simple. Fujimi fragrance's fighting ability had nothing to do with her own ability. The combat ability that delicate fragrance Feng Jian relied on to survive was her close combat ability that no one could compete with. In other words, Fujimi fragrance's real strength was the terrifying physical ability hidden under that seemingly soft and tall body. Moreover, Feng Jian Yuxiang's demonic power was almost endless. As a flower demon, Fujimi fragrance could obtain vitality and vitality from nature. Her existence itself was inseparable from nature. In addition, she had lived for a long time. Fujimi fragrance was equivalent to the embodiment of nature. Therefore, Fujimi fragrance's blood was definitely blood essence containing the power of nature. This was the purpose of Wu Yan coming to Fujimi fragrance. Blood. Fujimi fragrance's expression did not change at all, even her tone did not fluctuate. Why? That's also very simple. Wu Yan smiled. His smile made Fujimi fragrance's blood boil. Your blood can make me stronger. Stronger? Delicate fragrance Feng Jian also smiled. She smiled very happily. Are you also pursuing strength? No. Wu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. I am pursuing invincibility. Invincibility? This time, Fujimi fragrance was surprised. Looking straight at Wu Yan's eyes, there was a trace of change. You think you can do it? Of course. Of course. Wu Yan said this without any hesitation. He said it with a firm tone. Your blood is one of the factors that will help me embark on the path of invincibility. Is that so? Fujimi fragrance was silent for a while, then she smiled again, but this time, the laughter was not full of happiness, but admiration. It seems that my previous evaluation of you was very wrong. You are more interesting than I thought. No, you are quite interesting. Wu Yan is definitely the first person to make a comment like this. Other than Yuka Fujimi, who is interested in flowers and battles, she even expressed admiration for him. To put it bluntly, Wu Yan is definitely the first one to do so. Then, your firm belief in pursuing invincibility, let me verify it. Of course, admiration is admiration, but Fujimi fragrance is not the kind of person who will accept others' existence because of a word. At this moment, Fujimi fragrance slowly put down the parasol in her hand and closed it, like holding a weapon, pointing at Wu Yan. Her red eyes surged with fanatical fighting spirit. Defeat me. I will fulfill your request. For Yuka Fujimi, a drop of blood was nothing at all. With Yuka Fujimi's personality, she would not be like Mount Penglai Bright Knight and Yonglin Hachiai. She would not worry that her blood would be used by others to perform evil means and harm herself. This is not because Fujimi fragrance does not care about her safety, but because Fujimi fragrance is confident that no one can put her in danger with just a drop of blood. Therefore, giving Wu Yan a drop of blood is nothing at all. However, delicate fragrance Feng Jian wasn't so generous that she would obediently hand over her blood just because a person came out and said a few words that she admired. But if he can defeat Fujimi fragrance, then it is a different story. After all, Fujimi fragrance is a battle maniac through and through. Feeling the powerful aura gradually rising from Fujimi fragrance's body, Wu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were calm. The defeat you mentioned shouldn't be referring to the rules of rune cards or bullet screen games, right? That's natural. Fujimi fragrance nodded. If you are weak, then I don't mind playing a game with you. But now, there is no reason. Fujimi fragrance recognizes Wu Yan's strength, and also recognizes that Wu Yan is a strong person. However, Fujimi fragrance obviously did not consider it seriously. With the strength of the two of them, if they fight here, then the entire fantasy paradise is likely to be affected, and the Great Boli Barrier is likely to be destroyed. At that time, fantasy paradise will also be destroyed. It is precisely because of this that the Great Boli which set up the rules of rune cards to prevent fantasy paradise from being destroyed. However, Wu Yan knows that if he uses this excuse to avoid a direct battle, Fujimi fragrance will treat it as an escape. So, Wu Yan raised one of his hands. On top of it, rich realm power suddenly emerged like an invisible wave. Realm, Eternal Night's four-layered barrier. The moment the words fell, the invisible realm power fiercely spread out, as if the whole world was dyed in color, quickly turned into a cage, and built four transparent barriers around it. Fujimi fragrance immediately understood the meaning of Wu Yan's action. She stretched out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Let's fight. Chapter 1848. The transparent barrier enveloped the entire sunflower field, isolating it from the outside world. With this layer of Eternal Night's fourfold barrier as protection, when Wu Yan and delicate fragrance fought, if there was an impact to the surroundings, the first thing to be affected would be the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier. And if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan would stop. In that case, he wouldn't cause any damage to the fantasy village without knowing it. Of course, the plan certainly couldn't keep up with the changes. Even if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan wanted to stop, but it was still unknown whether Delicate Fragrance, who was fighting, would stop or not. However, with Delicate Fragrance's performance, it was impossible for her to stop now. Delicate Fragrance was a person who did things her own way. She wouldn't care whether Fantasy Village would be destroyed or not. Instead, it was better to set up this barrier in front of Delicate Fragrance. Wu Yan is sending a message to Yuka Fujimi. If you want to fight, I can accompany you. However, once the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was destroyed, he would have to stop. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian must have already received this information. But Delicate Fragrance didn't even say anything. She licked the corner of her mouth and suddenly smiled. Let's fight, this sentence. It became the opening statement of the highest standard battle in the fantasy village. Buzz. At the same time, the space around Feng Jian Yuxiang trembled, and the sunflower field around her also shook slightly. The ordinary sunflowers actually secreted a force that was difficult for others to detect under this vibration. Like a stream of air, it poured into Feng Jian Yuxiang's tall and delicate body. After a long time, Delicate Fragrance, the flower demon, had become the embodiment of nature. Her existence was equivalent to the entire nature. At this moment, Feng Jian Yu blended into the surrounding nature. Extracting power from nature, she used it to transform herself into the real nature. In such a state, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian was able to obtain endless demonic power in the truest sense, and used it extravagantly to strengthen her body, improve her physical ability, and the effect of the delicate fragrance in the wind. It was through his body that had turned into nature. He was able to display all of his terrifying physical abilities without missing a single bit. Under Wu Yan's attentive gaze, Feng Jian's fragrant hair fluttered without wind, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her tall and slender body. It pressed down in all directions like an avalanche. Under the influence of Feng Jian Yuxiang's terrifying aura, the sunflowers in the sunflower field all grew crazily. Not long after, they grew to a height that humans couldn't compare to. This was the ability of Delicate Fragrance Fujimi itself, the ability to control flowers. Now, the Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian had completely integrated into nature, allowing this ability to be used along with his own aura, affecting the sunflowers in the sunflower field. As for the earth-shattering aura, it swept in all directions like a gust of wind. The cold demonic aura was like sharp blades that suddenly scattered in all directions, scraping Wu Yan's cheeks painfully. With this aura alone, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang was worthy of the title of the strongest in the fantasy village. While Wu Yan was feeling this in his heart, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he took a fierce step forward. Chi! With a thunderous sound, in the blink of an eye, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang appeared in front of Wu Yan. The parasol with demonic aura in his hand carried a suffocating aura. In front of Wu Yan's narrowed expression, he fiercely chopped down on Wu Yan's head. The realm of being and nothingness. Wu Yan immediately reacted. He took a step back, raised his hand, and a wave of power that others couldn't understand emerged from his palm, facing Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's parasol. Seeing this, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang actually smiled. The parasol in his hand that contained a terrifying aura didn't retreat, but instead, heavily chopped down. Bang! Logically speaking, the realm of being and nothingness should forcibly guide the demonic power surging on Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's parasol from the state of being to the state of nothingness, turning Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's attack into nothingness. However, the imagined situation didn't happen. Not only did the realm of being and nothingness not turn Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's attack into nothingness, but the fluctuation of the realm power in Wu Yan's hand was forcibly dispersed by this attack. Wu Yan's face changed. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang actually used pure power to break the realm power. Don't be distracted. Before Wu Yan could react, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's battle-thirsty and indifferent voice passed into Wu Yan's ears. The real battle has just begun. As soon as his voice fell, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in his hand. The tip of the parasol aimed at Wu Yan, and the violent demonic power suddenly condensed there and burst out like an explosion. In the next second, a beam of light with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, containing a shocking energy fluctuation, like a meteor falling from the sky, shot toward Wu Yan. Wu Yan also knew that now was not the time to be shocked. He restrained the emotions in his heart, and a pair of crystal-clear purple eyes flashed with a touch of light. If it was Violet, what would she do at this time? With this thought, Wu Yan mobilized the demonic power in his body that wasn't as strong as Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang, but it was still extremely abundant. Circles of power fluctuations that belonged to the realm emerged around his body. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like he could destroy the world and burn the mountains and boil the sea with a raise of his hand. This wasn't just talk. The power of Purple's realm was just that strong. She could create everything with a thought. She could destroy everything with a thought. Since Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang could break through the realm power alone, then he would take out the realm power that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang couldn't break through. Phew! A scorching breath that seemed to carry all the emotions in Wu Yan's heart was slowly exhaled by Wu Yan. Immediately, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the beam of light that was constantly magnifying in his pupils. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he didn't intend to defend at all. His body shook and turned into a stream of light. Under Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's surprised gaze, he directly rushed toward the incoming beam of light. Whoosh! In the extreme sound of breaking through the air, Wu Yan rushed toward the incoming beam of light violently. The realm power surging around his body violently erupted. The realm of being and nothingness. With such a voice, the figure that turned into a stream of light collided with the fatal beam of light. Boom! Above the sunflower field, a thunderous sound burst out, and a violent gale blew out all of a sudden, blowing all the sunflowers below in one direction. This time, it was the same level of power, but the result was completely different. The beam of light that was filled with a power that was more terrifying than the one that easily defeated Wu Yan's realm of being and nothingness. This time, when it collided with Wu Yan's figure that was wrapped in the realm of being and nothingness, it quickly dimmed at the moment of collision. From Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's perspective, she saw that the moment the beam of light that traversed the void collided with the stream of light that Wu Yan transformed into, it suddenly began to melt rapidly from the point of collision. Moreover, the melting speed was still spreading to the other side of the beam of light at an alarming rate. During this period, a figure that was like a meteor swept across like lightning, and a part of the beam of light that came into contact with it collapsed upon contact. And it was the kind that destroyed everything in its path. Boom! In the end, the beam of light that was 2 to 3 meters in diameter disappeared completely, but the figure that turned into a stream of light didn't lose its momentum. It streaked across the space and rushed toward Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Facing such a violent and direct collision, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's eyes surged with crazy battle intent. Come on! Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in her hand. Violent demonic powers surged out from her body and gathered at the tip of the parasol at an astonishing speed. In the end, the demonic powers condensed into a half-meter-sized light ball at the tip of the parasol. This time, it's double. As soon as she finished speaking, the light ball condensed from demonic powers exploded, turning into 2 extreme light beams that blasted toward Wu Yan's face. In the trembling space, the light beams crashed down fiercely. Double magic cannon. This was a move unique to Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Moreover, each magic cannon was much stronger than the previous one, which proved that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang had brought out her full strength. In response, Wu Yan let out a loud roar. The realm power around his body once again became more violent, and he collided with the light beams without dodging. Boom! the sound of an explosion resounded in the air. Chapter 1849. Bang! Amidst the deafening explosion, the Eternal Night's quadruple barrier that enveloped the entire sunflower field suddenly trembled. It was as if something had struck it hard, and traces of cracks actually appeared on it. Inside the transparent barrier, a dazzling light shone, making it impossible to see the situation inside. However, the violent winds and waves were extremely conspicuous, turning into circles of ripples that constantly fluctuated and struck the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier, causing the cracks on the barrier to become even more obvious. Under such circumstances, traces of energy fluctuations began to leak out from the cracks on the barrier, reverberating through the air of the entire fantasy village. Holding onto her imperial coin, Ling Meng, who was gesturing at Marissa and Kamikaze Marumi, who were busy rebuilding the shrine, suddenly turned her head. She turned her head to look in a certain direction, an expression of shock and anger appearing on her face. Who is causing trouble for me again? As the overseer of the fantasy village, Ling Meng not only possessed invincible strength within the fantasy village, she was also keenly aware of any abnormalities that occurred within the fantasy village. Otherwise, how could she be the first to notice any abnormalities? Earlier, due to the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier providing a certain degree of resistance, Ling Meng did not pay much attention to it. Even a lazy person like Princess Ling Meng would not be able to detect any abnormalities. However, it was impossible for Princess Ling Meng to not detect the energy leaking out from the Yongye's quadruple barrier. Originally, Ling Meng was already vexed by the destruction of the Bori shrine. Now that someone else was causing trouble, it was no doubt akin to pouring a bucket of oil onto Ling Meng's head, causing Ling Meng to be thoroughly enraged. At some point in time, Marissa and Fumimaru had stopped what they were doing and walked over to Soul Dream's side with surprised expressions on their faces. Of course, the reason why they were surprised was completely different. Ling Meng, what's wrong? Looking at Ling Meng's expression that seemed to be on the verge of burning with rage, Marissa shrunk her neck and timidly asked, "Your expression is so ugly. Who provoked you?" Ling Meng did not notice anything strange. Marissa only noticed that Ling Meng's behavior was different. As the Crow Tengu, the life shooter Maru had a keen sense of perception. After frowning slightly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Something seems to have happened." "Things?" Marissa was slightly taken aback. "What is it?" "I don't know." Markumaru shook his head. "But something must have happened in Fantasy Country." Hearing this, Marissa no longer had any doubts. Takamar Fumiar looked like a reporter who liked to hype up scandals, but every time he discovered a scandal, he would rush to the scene at the first possible moment. He wasn't just fooling around. Since the life-shooting Maru said that something had happened, there was a high chance that it was true. Could it be a mutation? Marissa's eyes lit up in excitement. Great. Finally, something interesting happened. It's a troublesome matter. Princess Ling Meng clenched her fists, a look of fury on her face. This time, no matter who the troublemaker is, I will treat him or her. Having made up her mind, Ling Meng was just about to rush towards the place where she had sensed the abnormality when a voice suddenly rang out from the surroundings and drilled into Ling Meng's ears. Wait. As the voice rang out, the space in front of Ling Meng, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi abruptly split open. A pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs appeared in the space, imprinting itself into the eyes of Ling Meng, Marissa, and Marumi. Then, a figure holding a parasol, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, extremely tall and elegant, beautiful and dignified, slowly walked out from the terrifying spatial crack. This time, why don't you let us deal with it? Seeing the tall figure walking out from the pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs, Princess Ling Meng, Marissa, and the life-shooter Maru were shocked. Yukari? The newcomer is the demon sage that they haven't seen in a long time, Yakumo Yukari. On the other side, the highest standard battle in the fantasy village was still ongoing. Hovering in the air, Yukari Fujimi's posture was still as free and unrestrained as before, not even a speck of dust on her body. She held the parasol in her hand and looked forward, the two emotions in her eyes representing battle and admiration fluctuating at the same time. In front of Yukari Fujimi's gaze, Wu Yen, who had entered Yukari Fujimi's red jade mode, with his long golden hair stopped in place. His body also did not have the slightest injury, but the obscure realm power around him seemed to be stirred up. It was not calm at all. Needless to say, in that collision just now, Yukari Fujimi had a slight advantage. In fact, even Wu Yen himself did not expect Yukari Fujimi's strength to be so strong. It was clear that Yukari's level and power had increased a lot after the magical pond water's transformation. Coupled with her godly realm power, she should be able to fight Yukari Fujimi to a draw. However, Yukari Fujimi still had the upper hand. Although this advantage was weak to the point of being negligible, in the end, it was still an advantage, even if it was just a little bit. It could not change the fact that Yukari Fujimi was strong. This was also because the person who controlled the realm power was Wu Yen. Although because of the infinite armory, Wu Yan's speed of controlling the realm power was very fast. The degree of control was constantly increasing, but the realm power was not Wu Yan's own strength. It belonged to Yukari's strength. Even with the red jade mode and infinite armory, Wu Yen could perfectly control the realm power, but in terms of using it, he was definitely not as good as Yukari. After all, Yukari had used the realm power for at least 1,000 years, while Wu Yen had only used it a few times in battle. Compared to Yukari, who usually used the realm power in daily life, he was no match for Yukari. Therefore, if Yukari Fujimi were to fight with the current Yukari Fujimi, Yukari was absolutely confident that she could pull the victory to 50-50. But if it was him, Wu Yen estimated, before the red jade mode lasted for a while, he could only maintain a 40-60 chance of winning. Yukari Fujimi's chances of winning were still relatively high. Wu Yen could estimate this point himself. Delicate Fragrance Kaze, who was standing in a higher position, naturally knew about this. However, Yukari Fujimi's fighting spirit still did not weaken in the slightest. It even had a tendency to become stronger. A 40-60 chance of winning? In the entire fantasy village, there were people who could exhaust their strength to fight with her, who was known as the strongest, and still be able to do this. It was absolutely possible to count them with one hand. Yukari Fujimi couldn't remember how many years it had been since she used her full strength to fight with an expert of the same realm. A year? 10 years? Or 100 years? Perhaps not that long, but for the battle-thirsty Yukari Fujimi, even a year was a long time. Now, there was finally an opponent who could make her use all her strength to gain the upper hand. Even she didn't dare to say that she could definitely defeat her opponent. Yukari Fujimi's excitement could be imagined. What's wrong? At that moment, Yukari Fujimi's tone also leaned towards fanaticism. Her voice was full of excitement and extremely joyful, reverberated in the surroundings. Can't you do it? Bring out more power. Pursue the existence of invincibility. After saying that, Yukari Fujimi spread her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world. Nature responded to Yukari Fujimi's excitement by extracting vitality from nature and turning it into pure monster power that flowed into Yukari Fujimi's body. Buzz! At the next moment, a dazzling flower suddenly bloomed behind Feng Jianyu Xiang's back. Terrifying demonic powers surged on it, gathering together and shooting out flower-shaped barrage that had a diameter of 1 meter as if they were shooting arrows. Let me have some more fun. Along with Yukari Fujimi's fanatical voice, the flower-shaped barrage burst across the sky above the sunflower field like auroras. In the sound of sonic booms, they mercilessly shrouded Wu Yen. Wu Yen could only stretch out his hand and set up the realm power in front of him like a barrier. The realm of being and nothingness. Suddenly, the flower-shaped auroras that shot over disappeared as if they had never appeared before when they touched the barrier of the realm. However, at the same time, more flower-shaped barrage fell and blasted mercilessly at Wu Yen. Don't tell me you're only at this level? While turning the violent demonic power into a barrage of bullets, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian taunted him with a joyful tone. This is not enough. Not enough. While speaking, the monster power that burst out from Yukari Fujimi's body became more majestic and violent, raising the power of the flower-shaped barrage by more than one level. TSK. Wu Yan was speechless. While continuing to support the realm of being and nothingness to erase all the barrage, his mind was spinning rapidly. If this continues, Wu Yan will definitely be exhausted to death by Yukari Fujimi, who has endless monster power and will never get tired. Therefore, the current situation must be changed. There's no other way. Wu Yan's purple eyes flashed with a flash of light. I can only use that. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.